it is needed. But how can that happen against backdrops that are polarised and where disinformation may be rife? Well, that's just one of the questions which I'll be exploring with the help of a distinguished panel of guests, all of them experts in their field, and I'm sure known to you all. So, let us meet our panellists in this first discussion. Can you please welcome His Excellency Dr. bin Abdulaziz Al Rabi'a, who is the advisor to the Royal Court and Supervisor General of King Salman Humanitarian Aid and Relief Centre. Dr. Al Rabi'a, thank you so much. And can we please extend the welcome as well to His Excellency Dr. Tedros Adhanom Ghebreyesus, who is the Director General of the World Health Organization, or the WHO. Excellency, welcome and thank you so much for joining us. Also as well, I would like to welcome to the stage Her Excellency Ms. Patricia Danzi. She is the Director General, Ambassador Director General of the Swiss Agency for Development and Cooperation, otherwise known as the SDC. Excellency, welcome. Please join us on the stage. Excellency Ms. Amy Pope, she is Director General of the International Organization for Migration, or the IOM. Please come and join us on the stage. It's good to see you. His Excellency Mr. Maciej Popowski, who is the Director General for the European Civil Protection and Humanitarian Aid Operations at the EU, the European Union. Please come and join us on the stage. You're welcome. Thank you so much. It's good to see you. And His Excellency Mr. Pierre Crownbull, who is the Director General of the International Committee of the Red Cross, or the ICRC. Please join us. Okay, so there's plenty of ground to cover in our time together. If there is enough time, then the floor will be open to you, our audience, to put any questions or comments that you might have to the panel. But I have to stress, only if time allows, as there is a lot that we have to do on this stage and indeed throughout the rest of the day, so I do not wish to hold up proceedings. But what I would like to do is to kick things off with the first question. And that question goes to you, Dr. Al Rabi'a, as the host, of course, of this event. So my question to you is, I've just outlined a very brief, simple definition of what humanitarian diplomacy is, but how does the concept fit within the broader efforts to not just influence policies, but also decision-making that's happening on the ground in crisis settings?
Well, first of all, good morning to all of you, and I welcome all of our guests and also international guests and everybody who is with us this morning. And good morning to our great and reputable panelists. Thank you, Juliet. It's a very good question, and I think it's a good start for this forum is to address the humanitarian diplomacy, especially at this time. It's very crucial to put many emphasis on humanitarian diplomacy. As you have mentioned, Juliet, it sets the cornerstone for policies and decision-making in crisis. Now, we know that in conflict, the issue of being impartial and neutral is very important, and the implementation of the international humanitarian law is critical, and that's why humanitarian diplomacy stands strong by the humanitarian actors to ensure that we not only promote but fully support and implement the international humanitarian law. And the victims usually, when we talk about crisis, usually civilians and the fragile members of the societies, women and children. So it is the duty of humanitarian diplomacy and humanitarian actors to protect civilians. And in that regard, let me just give you the example of protection of civilians is to ensure that they are not targeted, they are not actually being denied their rights, and then they are not denied also the receiving their rights in humanitarian supplies. Now, we also believe that humanitarian diplomacy is extremely important to pave the way to political solution. Let's take the example of Saudi Arabia. Saudi Arabia has been in its humanitarian work in Sudan, impartial, neutral, actually delivering aid to both parties of the conflict, and that has set the trust for the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia to lead on the political dialogue, hoping that we will reach a political solution and a ceasefire in Sudan. I'm sure you have heard also the efforts of Saudi Arabia recently to reach also a ceasefire and end the conflict between Ukraine and Russia, and the humanitarian supplies from Saudi Arabia to Ukraine actually has been very strong from the beginning of this conflict. Now, I want also to touch, Juliet, on building relationships. We know that a humanitarian actor has to build relationships with communities, with also NGOs, and also help promote dialogue. We know that the dialogue will be led by the politicians, but always aid, facilitates, and actually pave the way for that. Also access, I'm sure all of you talk about access, and it is the duty of humanitarian actors and in the front line, the UN, to help humanitarian actors and promote the access. We have seen some conflicts where the access has been denied. We have seen that in Gaza, we have seen it in Sudan and other parts of the world, and we believe that the humanitarian access should not be actually prevented. Before I conclude, I think we have also to address raising awareness of the importance of humanitarian supplies and priority sectors of the society, and also we should not forget the capacity building and also addressing the root causes of any conflict. If we take them all together, we feel that humanitarian diplomacy is actually setting a way and a pathway for long-lasting political solutions. Thank you, Juliet.
Thank you so much for that, Dr. Al-Rabia. A lot there, but the key points which came up, or certainly the key words, Dr. Tedros, was impartiality and also neutrality as well. Key ingredients if you're navigating complex situations on the ground as well. So from your perspective, are these the main ingredients, if you like, that a humanitarian agency needs to maintain if it's going to use it as some form of leverage in diplomacy so that it can strengthen that international cooperation and at the same time improve humanitarian access, because your job is to support people on the ground?
Yeah, thank you. I fully agree with Dr. Rabia. Impartiality and neutrality is very, very important, especially when we're talking about diplomacy. It means working with warring parties, and in order to secure their agreement, they should be convinced that there is neutrality and impartiality. So I think, as Dr. Rabia said, these two principles are the basis. But sometimes what happens is, although what we report is impartial, what we report is neutral, when you tell the truth, one of the parties may not like it. You haven't sided with anyone, but you're just telling the truth. And that could affect the negotiation, because the warring parties will see it from their own side. So, as Dr. Rabia said, I think impartiality and neutrality is important, but on top of that, I think telling the truth will be very, very important, the situation on the ground. But the other important element is, partnership between institutions, between agencies, and all organizations operating in that area. Because having a joint front could help in bringing the parties together, in negotiating a better opportunity, and help the people who need support. The other one which I would like to add is local knowledge is very critical in order for our agencies or other international organizations to operate, knowledge of local situation, plus understanding the culture, and at the same time empowering and involving the local community will help in the success of the negotiations or the diplomacy.
So really, that's the long-term outcome. But what I'm fascinated by is this idea of partnership. And let me bring you in, Patricia Danzi, because my interpretation of that is that, look, it's not easy when you're trying to negotiate. There are all sorts of complexities on the ground. So perhaps partnership with another group, a local group, whatever, the right type of partnership is perhaps one of those strategies that helps you to navigate really hostile terrain or potentially hostile terrain. Is that something that you would agree with? What are the other strategies that humanitarians have to embrace when they're confronted with difficult situations?
Thank you very much. And I think one of the most important things is bringing people together and discuss about the situation. And let me also thank the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia for hosting this important event to bring us all together and discuss these important issues. Our forefathers and other diplomats ahead of us have done a lot in framing the laws, international humanitarian law, human rights law, and we can be proud of being the ones that actually succeed them and try to strengthen them. It should be stronger laws and not the laws only for the strong. And I think that is what we have to combine and work together. And the other thing is we have a large toolbox. It's multilateralism, it's bilateral partnerships, but it's also, and you mentioned it, the local communities and work together with everyone, the partnership on the different levels. And we have to offer something. It's not only since last month that the transactional costs are higher. What is in for each actor to actually supply with the laws and supply with the people in the center. And that is not an easy one, but we will have to work harder to convince and to bring this win-win situation for the people on the ground. Sometimes we need a lot of time, and sometimes we need also silence. In this loud world of today, with the diplomacy, with X and so on, we are fast and we are loud. And bringing peace or bringing negotiations and bringing access, we sometimes need this time and we sometimes need this quiet diplomacy as well, to listen what is not being said, to know the situation and to seize the opportunities that we get at that specific moment in time. And I think one important thing is we have to have a plan too. Once we have access, what do we do with this access? It's not enough to just have people survive. We have to make sure they have a decent life and they want to live.
So this is the long-term outcome, the resilience, so that communities can support themselves.
Yes, and that they have more than just the survival kit, that they have a future ahead of them, and for this you need access, you need humanitarian aid, but then you also need a long-term perspective immediately.
Okay then, which leans into the empowerment that you talked about, Dr. Tedros. But Amy Pope, I mean, look, we've had the ground laid out. Okay, we know what the challenges are on the ground, how you have to navigate them, not just what's happening there, but also above as well. But my question to you is, how do you think you can actually coordinate this advocacy and at the same time strengthen the protection of all civilians whilst increasing the pressure on the decision makers. You could be, well, I could be provocative and say there are two sets of decision makers here. They're the ones on the ground and the ones way above, but people like me don't get the chance to see except on the television.
Let's say it's a very fraught time to be a humanitarian. And what we see around the world is humanitarian actors are often instrumentalized. Humanitarian aid is often instrumentalized. And I think there's a real danger for all of us who sit on the stage and do this work that we not become part of that dynamic between conflicting parties. And we see many times, as Dr. Tedros has so eloquently pointed out, that sometimes when you speak the truth, then you pay the price. Right? So I think the key here is, as our colleagues have said, is that really coming together, not allowing ourselves to be played off one against another, and that's particularly fraught because we're talking about money, right? So every humanitarian agency, especially at this moment in time, is looking at how they can leverage the most resources to meet the needs in their particular sector. So there's an incentive in some cases to try to push someone aside in order to get your particular piece of the puzzle funded. But at this moment, that's particularly dangerous. So if we take a look, for example, at the conflict that has happened in Syria and the moment that we're in with regard to Syria, we see tremendous pressure from many countries who've hosted Syrian refugees for many years who now want them all to go home. And I think our role as the interagency community who works on humanitarian issues is really to speak truth about what's happening on the ground now. To put in context what the downside of immediately returning people home into a very fragile situation could be, and then to use the evidence to back up our story. So rather than playing into the politics, which are all around us as we talk about this issue, really honing in on what does the evidence show us, what are the opportunities, and how do we come up with plans to put people, to allow us to put people at the center of that response and not the politics.
In some ways, it's almost as if you're working against the chess playing, because you're right, people do play off the one against the other. But Marcia Popowski, come into the conversation, because look, whenever we talk about this, we have to, we're dealing with humanitarian access, that's what it's about, and it's a key issue in major conflict zones, because it can be weaponized. We know this, we've seen it for ourselves. But, you know, what are the diplomatic approach that you found at your level that's been really effective in negotiating?
هناك العديد من الأمور الأساسية التي تسعون إليها كأشخاص سياسيين في المستوى الذي تعملون به. ما الذي تجدونه مجديا؟ نعم، لا نستطيع العمل بالكثير بدون وصول، وهذا هو التحدي الذي نجده في أماكن مثل غزة والسودان. ونحتاج إلى جمع القوى معنا، نتحدث بصوت واحد كمجتمع إنساني، نسأل للتكامل مع منظمات الإنسانية العالمية. فهذا هو دورنا. أحيانا قد تكون بعض الأطراف عنيفة، فإن المخاطر للأشخاص ليس فقط للأشخاص هناك، بل أيضا لمشغلي الأعمال الإنسانية هناك.
A clear, steep increase of casualties among humanitarian workers in the last 2 years. So this is pretty serious. So we need to really push for that and be very clear in our messaging. And sometimes we succeed. I mean, in the midst of the Gaza crisis, WHO, with little help from its friend, was able to roll out a polio vaccination campaign. We also managed to obtain some access into Darfur from Chad. It's not enough, but we must not get discouraged. So this is key, that we are very clear. It's also important to be present. So my organization, DG ECHO, we have very well-established field presence, also with field offices in high-risk places. For instance, in Goma. So this gives us very good insights, but also an opportunity to engage. And sometimes we have to engage with authorities that we are not very fond of. And it's a balancing act, because we need to engage in a pragmatic way with the Taliban, for instance, without crossing any red lines, without giving them legitimacy, but it usually pays off. And finally, if you can't go over or go under, you go around. So we also have different tools. For instance, we established a tool that is called Humanitarian Air Bridge. So we are sending supplies by air to hard to reach places. We've sent about 60 of those cargo planes to Egypt and other countries in the region with supplies for Gaza, and we've been doing that in Afghanistan or Eastern DRC. So it's also something we can draw on.
Okay, but it does sound, though, that because of the complex nature that we're seeing with crises, and yes, the disregard for international human law, which we will look at in a few moments, it sounds to me as if all of you have been tested. You've had to improvise in ways to fulfill the humanitarian brief. Is that a fair summation? Who would want to respond to that?
Of course, it is being tested, but you know, we cannot give up. I mean, I think it's a universal framework. We all subscribe to, all members of the United Nations. So we've invested a lot in advocacy, but also in monitoring of international humanitarian law. So we established an independent mechanism of fact-checking and monitoring to give us the full picture. And we can draw on those findings in our advocacy efforts.
Okay then, let's look at this point. Sorry, did you want to add to that, Amy? No, I thought you wanted to, I beg your pardon. But look, I want to look at the law. Now, it has been referenced, but specifically international humanitarian law. Pierre, this is where you come in. I haven't forgotten you, by the way. But look, we know that IHL is often challenged, and we've seen this in very protracted conflicts like Sudan. So my point to you is, what are the most pressing IHL violations that you are seeing in today's conflicts? I also want to look at accountability, but let's start with that point first, and then we can move on to accountability.
Thank you very much. And first of all, also thank you to Dr. Rabia and the King Salman Center for hosting us and welcoming us in the kingdom. You know, after working for 30 years in armed conflict situations, the first thing that comes to my mind is that we as human beings behave far too casually when it comes to armed conflicts. The impact of all of the wars that are currently taking place, and we have currently about 120 on the planet, is very, very difficult to describe. Because wars, sometimes despite all the coverage in televisions and on the reporting, is very difficult to render in human terms. It's this moment where somebody knocks at your door and tells you that the last time your brother or sister was seen was when he or she was pushed into an unmarked vehicle and sped away, and you might spend the next years without any knowledge of where he or she is. There's so many different forms that armed conflict takes. And in relation to your question on international humanitarian law, we see currently extensive abusive and violations, far too permissive interpretations. If what has happened in recent months in the Gaza Strip, in Lebanon, in Myanmar, but also over the years in Afghanistan and Sudan and Somalia is reconcilable with proper respect of international humanitarian law, then I can understand why many younger generations ask us, if what I have seen in Gaza is compatible with IHL, then why should I be interested in IHL? But why was international humanitarian law actually first established? Precisely because we know that left alone, human beings are capable of limitless violence against other human beings. This is fully documented. We have seen it across wars. So we need rules in times of war to protect civilians, to better protect prisoners from being tortured, to better protect men and women, but also to deal with new challenges on the horizon, which are the artificial intelligence and new technologies applicable in armed conflicts. So this is what we have to call for, And we really have to remobilize around international humanitarian law. It's not something abstract. It's very concrete. It can save lives and make a difference. But we should spend less time worrying about whether the rules are appropriate and spend more time focusing on their proper implementation. And here I have to say that I find that states can do better. Why? Because we often spend more time criticizing the side in a conflict over which we have no influence, rather than telling our friends that we are closest to that they should behave better. And this form of dialogue is absolutely essential. And a final word to get on this. The other point that we need is we need a rediscovery of the value of mediation. And I really have to recognize here the efforts and investment made by the Kingdom in terms of mediation on Sudan, on the role played now on the Ukraine and Russia conflict. Why? Because as human beings we often behave as if wars were inevitable. But as humanitarian organizations and our partners in the Red Cross and Red Crescent family, we can tell you that every single day our colleagues are on the front lines to see the extensive human suffering that these wars create. And we cannot reconcile ourselves. In fact, we should be indignated at these endless wars that are happening, and we have to call for a resurgence of political action and mediation to prevent wars or to resolve them.
Yeah, I get that point about using mediation to prevent or resolve, but can mediation in any way strengthen the concept of accountability when those international human laws have been violated? Because you're absolutely right. If you have been the victim of a legal violation, okay, either because you've been on the receiving end of it yourself directly or somebody you know has been destroyed, there is no accountability. Why would you believe in the law? Why should you feel that some process of mediation or an alternative can somehow restore your faith, dispel the cynicism?
Well, accountability is absolutely essential. That is correct. We know that in the international system...
But is it sometimes missing? That's the point.
Oh, it's clearly a missing link in the international system. And that's why people tend to be sometimes cynical.
Could I just say as well, because Dr. Tedros just said that it's not even there, which is a fair point, because there does appear to be that absence.
Yes, and we know that that is something that is absent because the community of states has not wished to have those mechanisms enforced more clearly. That is a missing link. But that doesn't change the fact that there's a lot more that can be done. That's not an excuse for states not to mobilize with their partners and friends, other friendly states, to say that the international rules have to be better respected. Let us not look for too many excuses. Yes, the system can be strengthened. International humanitarian law could be strengthened. But if already applied in good faith or in better faith today, many more lives would be saved. And I can say, on the path to resumption of dialogue between states and parties that are involved in conflict, if you have better respected the prisoners of the other, it will pave a better way back to resuming dialogue. You know, I'm struck that in today's world it seems like we're describing political courage as being to say that I will not talk to the other side. My experience of political courage is precisely that we use diplomacy to talk to the side we disagree with in order to bring about solutions.
Dr. Arabia, come back into this, because just following on from that, this idea about accountability and the attacks on international human law must make it extremely difficult for humanitarians, because you're trying to uphold the principles of humanity, neutrality, impartiality, etc., and yet the law is somehow being violated before your very eyes, and it causes difficulties when you're trying to create that middle pathway. So, I mean, how does that, if you like, challenge the position of maintaining the integrity of international diplomacy and making sure that those principles that you abide by have some meaning in conflict settings?
Well, Juliet, the more I hear my colleagues, the more I see the challenge, and I can hear it from your voice. I think humanitarian diplomacy, let's talk about those principles first. The principles of humanity, first of all, what is humanity? Humanity means that you have to decrease the suffering of those who are either under the stress of crisis or in need, and also setting up the priority and having a rapid response. This is easier said than done, because the challenges that we have heard are more difficult than we can imagine. And in order to implement the international humanitarian law, I think you need to build up a trust, both parties. Usually there is one side which is not following or implementing the international humanitarian law, and the duty of humanitarian actors to build up the trust. Once you build up the trust, and whether you do it through the communities or by the influencers and in tribal areas by connecting with the tribe leaders, that will probably pave the way for politicians to reach more longer lasting political solution. Now, for us humanitarian actors, we have also challenges. We have seen it in many countries. First of all, the diversion of aid, whether it goes to civilians or to combatants. Are there any political agendas? And let me warn humanitarian actors, especially international ones. Most of international humanitarian organizations depend on local employees. And we have seen that in many countries. We've seen it in Yemen and many other areas. Most of those local workers have a political agenda. So this, in effect, will actually affect the international NGO political motivation, and they don't know it. So we have always warned about how international NGO local workers may influence the political agenda and will affect also the aim of implementing the international humanitarian law. And also we have to ensure that all of the aid has no political agenda, no religious, no race, no color. That's the aim. In reality, it's not happening. And that's why we have to look at other avenues. I just want to elaborate on going around it. In Yemen, we have circumstances where Taiz, a few years ago, was completely under siege. So how can you cross that siege? And sometimes you have to go to innovation and using even sometimes which is something which is primitive. We have to deliver, and Dr. Tedros knows this, oxygen cylinders to Taiz. The only way to get them through is to use camels and monkeys through the mountains to get through it. That's primitive, but that's going around.
It's another form of innovation, basically.
Yeah. So I want to conclude by ensuring that if we want to be realistic, our humanitarian action should be really without any motivation and any agenda. If that's the case, then we will build up the trust. If you build up the trust, you will be able to go to the negotiation.
I mean, just picking up on the point of trust, Dr. Tedros, yes, I mean, there is cynicism, I understand that, okay, but I wouldn't call it cynicism, I would say it's being honest about the challenges and where things fall short, and at least there is an effort to really look at this and find ways of tackling the issues. But can you share examples where you have seen successful humanitarian diplomacy efforts where humanitarian access has been enhanced along with strength and protection, not just for aid staff, but also affected communities? Because presumably trust has been a real driver in getting a satisfactory end result.
Yeah, no, thank you. First, just a few words about the attacks on humanitarians. In terms of the attacks on health facilities, we have documented more than 1,500 attacks in 2024 alone, and more than 900 deaths and more than 1,500 injuries. This is big, and sometimes even deliberately targeting health institutions. And that's why the accountability is very important, because it's becoming now a norm. And you see it in all conflict areas. You see it in Gaza, in Sudan, in Ukraine, and elsewhere. So the accountability is key. And last year, there was a recommendation from WHO and partners, relevant organizations, to ensure or to work on the accountability arm. So I hope that will bring us some result. Then on the examples, I think there are many examples. I think one of them was said already. The polio vaccination in Gaza is one good example. Maybe one thing that I can share with you, and I was part of, is in Syria, especially during the earthquake. I think when there is earthquake, I mean a serious humanitarian issue, sometimes people who don't even talk to each other come together. And what happened was, during the earthquake in Aleppo is one of the affected, we wanted to move supplies to Aleppo. And then there was difficulty finding aircraft and so on, a cargo. We found one which is a Dubai-based cargo. And as you know, we have a logistics hub in Dubai. So the aircraft we found is a Russian Antonov. And I didn't know until we boarded that all the crew of this Russian aircraft Antonov were Ukrainians, all of them. And then it's departing from Dubai to Aleppo. Normally, if you're crossing to Syria, you should go through Damascus, no direct Aleppo flights. But it was granted at that time, and then it flew directly from Dubai to Aleppo, because it was a time-sensitive issue. So at that time, of course, President Bashir agreed, and it's within few days everything came together. And that operation brought people who don't even talk to each other. This is one good example. When there is a problem and people are dying and time is the essence, I think people should focus on saving lives rather than their own issues. But that's one example. And then, of course, the cross-border in Syria, be it Bab al-Hawa or Bab al-Salam, where from negotiation through the UN agencies, Idlib, especially the northwest, which had problems to humanitarian support, was getting the necessary support. So that's another example. But I can give you many examples. For instance, DRC, Ebola from 2018 to 2020. Our colleagues, by the way, when we say negotiation, we talk about high level normally, but it has to be devolved. A very junior colleague from WHO negotiated with rebel groups in North Kivu to follow Ebola suspected cases. They allowed her into their territory. And it was fascinating for us when this junior person negotiated, and they allowed her not only to vaccinate the contacts, but some of the contacts were from the rebel group. They also welcomed to be vaccinated. And of course, the reason I'm raising also the DRC issue is not only mediation can be done not only at high level, but at grassroots
at the junior level.
Exactly.
And perhaps in some ways the junior was the best because they were seen as unencumbered.
Exactly, can do the best. And they did what they wanted, and the operation was complete. And in DRC at that time, Ebola could not have been contained if these colleagues, junior colleagues, negotiated and had access to the rebel controlled areas.
So things could have been a lot worse. But look, that's a very powerful example, and thank you so much for sharing that. I want to broaden things out, and we're going to have to move fairly quickly because I'm conscious that the clock is ticking very loudly. But I want to look at sanctions, again, the existential and the impact they can have on the ground. I want you to answer this question, Patricia Danzi, and I want to put the same question but phrased slightly differently to you, Maciej, because look, we know that sanctions, they're punitive and perhaps they're seen as a way of controlling behaviour. But on the other hand, if you are a donor, how can you be sure, or what guarantees can you have that whatever money that you're giving, yes, it's given in good faith, but it might not get caught up in the sanctions line, so to speak, because it's not criminal money, it's there to do good.
Yes, thank you very much. Well, sanctions is a bit of a last resort when trust has been lost or when the legal frameworks are not respected. For a small country like Switzerland, sanctions, we don't have our own sanction regime. We take sanctions either from the UN or from the European Union, and then we decide if we take them or not take them on. Important is to immediately clarify where are the exceptions. Humanitarian aid and humanitarian work should be global, should be neutral, should be impartial, and should reach the communities that are most in need. So we as a country, we negotiate in the forums, be it at the Security Council or elsewhere, the exceptions for the sanctions, either internationally but also domestically. Because what we observe as a donor is that some of the partners are fast in actually trying to comply with sanctions. And then you get complicated issues in terms of the banking systems, the partners not being able to access and not being able to transfer the goods, the money that is needed. So it's very important also at a certain level of time after to honestly see, did the sanctions actually work? Did they have the intended outcome in terms of access, in terms of compliance, in terms of other things? And if not, maybe review them as well.
Let me bring you in, Maciej Popowski, because look, I mean, Patricia mentioned the word there, compliance, and I know that compliance is very, very complex. Some of it is reflexive, responding to a situation as and when it arises. So realistically, is it possible to insulate humanitarian funds from sanctions and the punitive side effects that they create? Because again, there is that danger that if the money doesn't reach the intended, it feeds the anger, the bitterness, this sense of abandonment. So how can you really insulate humanitarian funds when you've got different players imposing sanctions left, right and centre?
Well, first of all, sanctions are part of a broader toolbox. And of course, sanctions are supposed to bite, but they are supposed to bite the wrong guys, not the innocent people. So we already look at the unintended consequences at the inception phase when we define the scope of sanctions. And indeed, that's also the moment to introduce elements of a humanitarian exemption. And we do it always, it's an evidence-based process. Huh? We look at the legal consequences, but also at the available evidence. So sanctions have to be targeted. And there's always specific provisions accepting food, medicine, emergency aid. And of course, since the adoption of the general UN resolutions on humanitarian sanctions exemption, we've been really pushing hard to obtain them. Sometimes it's a temporary exemption, sometimes a permanent one, most of the time a temporary, but it helps a lot. Indeed, Patricia mentioned the overcompliance, which is pretty well, I mean, pretty common, and it mainly concerns the banking sector. So it's so in order to facilitate, to make life easier of the humanitarian operators, we also provide some guidance through our people in the field. We have established a humanitarian contact point, central contact point, providing guidance on EU sanctions, because there are several layers: UN, autonomous UN, EU sanctions, and then US sanctions and other regimes. So we always in a dialogue, and whenever the situation allows for it, we would go for suspension, and that was the latest case with Syria. So after the fall of the regime, when we reached out to the new authorities, and by the way, we as a humanitarian organization, we had some kind of relationship with them because we worked with the HTS when they were in Idlib, providing humanitarian aid from Gaziantep in Turkey. So the EU member states decided to temporarily suspend EU sanctions on Syria. Some technical work is still ongoing, and there will be a snapback mechanism, but it should facilitate things. I can conclude by giving you one specific example how things can get complicated on the ground. When I was in Syria in May of last year, I went to the Hama province and visited a water treatment plant, and we co-financed its refurbishment. And then I was told by the manager that the main issue for them is to buy chlorine to treat water. And chlorine is a dual-use good. You can use it to build a chemical weapon. So getting clearance for that was quite a tall order. So that kind of difficulties should hopefully disappear at some point. Thank you.
Okay, then thank you so much for that. But I mean, look, well, I suppose it is an allusion to the water analogy, the trickle-down effect, because my point to you, Amy Pope, is that when there are sanctions, yes, great efforts can be made to prevent the dirty money, if you like, actually making its way into legitimate causes. But at the same time, it is a challenge if a country is under sanction, because you want to establish and indeed sustain dialogue with the conflict parties, international organizations and NGOs, because again, what is at stake here is humanitarian access. And I need to know from you how you circumvent that. It's hard work, I know, but I mean, I'm sorry, I feel as if I'm sort of throwing the worst of the questions at you. I do apologize.
You might be, it's all right.
Sorry.
I want to broaden it a little bit beyond the sanctions question, because I think that it's a broader question of how we engage effectively, especially at this moment in time. And I had the chance to go into Gaza on Thursday. I was there with our humanitarian coordinator, Mohamed Hadi, who's with us today. And you see firsthand that dynamic play out. How do we coordinate effectively? How do we establish dialogue with the communities we're trying to serve? How do we establish dialogue with the conflicting parties? And I think there are kind of three pieces, if I could lay out, that I think we need to address. And the first is just logistical or bureaucratic, because that is so often an impediment to the work we're able to do. Whether you can get a visa, whether you can get access, whether you can get the proper security, whether the supply chain is working. All of those things can undermine your ability to create a dialogue that persuades parties that you're there to serve people. And every single piece of that can be quite fraught with political tensions and with misunderstanding. The second piece, though, is the erosion of trust. And we're seeing the erosion of trust accelerate at rates I think no one really anticipated. And it's fueled at one part by misinformation about who we are, about what we intend to do. And some of that is deliberate, some of that is being done by conflicting parties, warring parties who want to instrumentalize humanitarian actors. But what we also see is it's happening at a community level, feeding conspiracies about what our role is and what our intent is. And that's something that's quite easily manipulated in this day and age. And the third is I think we sometimes get caught in old ways of doing things. You know, we sometimes use the playbook of the 1950s, but we're in 2025, right? So take a moment to think about how we use communications, what communications tools we use within the humanitarian sector, how we use artificial intelligence, whether we are acting to a community or with a community, right? There's quite a lot of outdated, antiquated ways of doing humanitarian response, and I think sometimes our community has not yet caught up to where we need to be able to effectively engage with the people that we are trying to serve.
Okay, let me put a question to you, Pierre Kirimbol, because you've been sitting there and following everything attentively, so thank you so much. But look, we are living in a world where states and non-state actors are increasingly contesting humanitarian neutrality, okay? There are good people on the stage and less than good people, shall we say. My question to you is, how do you think that organizations like yours can maintain trust and secure operational space in complex conflicts, because as Amy pointed out there's a lot of disinformation that's going around. And we know, as Dr. Tedros has said, that there are people who have died as a result of that disinformation, okay? Communities themselves, but also the aid workers. What's the pushback?
So the first thing to say about neutrality is that it's one of the most counterintuitive attitudes for any human being. For me, coming out of a prison, when the ICRC visits detainees, and you see people who have been tortured, or you meet relatives of families of missing persons and you see their despair, the first natural human reflex would be to call a press conference and to denounce and scream your indignation at what you've seen. That's the normal human reflex. So neutrality is something very counterintuitive. And I always say that nobody in the ICRC was born neutral. We all have the heart in the right place. We all have strong personal beliefs. But when we join the organization, we make a conscious choice that to give priority to a neutral position means you're not supporting one or the other side. But why do we do that? We do that because we think that is the better path for access, a point that was raised earlier. So I just came back from Afghanistan, where I spent a week, and the ICRC has been present there for 40 years. That means we have spoken to authorities when they were communists. We have spoken to authorities when they were Mujahideen parties. We have spoken to authorities when they were the Republican government and all international forces were present, and we've spoken to authorities now in the Islamic Emirate. We've also spoken to most of them when they were in opposition, before they came to power. And when you visit the ICRC's physical rehabilitation centers in Afghanistan, where every year 200,000 people who are still today being injured by either landmine explosions or other forms of weapons, you realize that every time you have a doubt about the value of neutrality, that is reconfirmed in its essence as being valuable. And when you spoke about the challenges that we face today, yes, there is active criticism of this neutrality on social media platforms, in political circles. The challenges are very robust, and I think we all feel that we need to find better answers to responding to the social media onslaughts that we sometimes face and the harmful information. I'll be honest, we haven't found all the answers, far from it yet, and we're not sure we will ever find them completely. We'll just have to learn to deal with this. But our best response, because you used the word before, cynicism, skepticism, those two words for me are one of the least sophisticated forms of surrender when you work in the humanitarian field. We don't have the luxury of those kind of words, because every day our teams are confronted with the absolute extremes of horror that populations face. And we need to overcome every moment of doubt that we have in order to reach people who are in need and experience these horrors. So that's where our engagement is, and that is why neutrality matters.
Okay, thank you so much for that. I'd like to really leave the closing words to you, Dr. Al-Rabia, before we close out with the video as well. Because look, we've heard so much. There's no doubt in your commitment, your determination of everybody to make a difference in this upended landscape. But that's the point, isn't it, Dr. Al-Rabia? It is the fact that the world is changing. We don't know how the pieces are going to land. Will humanitarian diplomacy have to change in some way if it is to survive?
Well, thank you, Juliet. I feel what I heard from my colleagues in this podium, that the humanitarian diplomacy and also the essence of international humanitarian law, and we addressed also sanctions and their effect. My key message that now we are in 2025 and we should sit down as a humanitarian actors and revisit what we have done in the last 10 years. What are the rules that has been applied? What are the sanctions that has been applied? And what are the challenges that has met us? And see the success stories and probably expand on them, and see the failures that has come in front of the humanitarian actors and see how can we find intelligent, intellectual solutions for them. And once we bring those data from the past and plan for the future, then sit with the politicians and then see what is their challenges also, those who act heavily in the political solutions, and come up with probably newer recommendations that will succeed in the future.
A positive note on which to end the discussion, but what I would like to do now is to ask you to watch the screen, because we're going to have a pre-recorded video message from Tom Fletcher. He is the Under-Secretary General for the Office of Coordination of Humanitarian Affairs. Thank you.
Dear friends, it's an honour to join you today in celebrating the 10th anniversary of the King Salman Humanitarian Aid and Relief Centre. Though I'm not with you in person, and I wish I was, I share your very deep appreciation for KS Relief's remarkable achievements over the past decade, and for its commitment to saving lives, saving the lives of millions in need. This forum comes at a crucial moment. Conflicts are increasing in frequency and intensity. The climate crisis is becoming a major driver of humanitarian needs. Many world leaders are turning their backs on multilateralism, and aid workers are overstretched, underfunded, and literally under attack. That's why today's discussion on humanitarian diplomacy is so timely. In my first 3 months in this job, whether in Darfur, in Damascus, in Kyiv, or in Gaza, I've witnessed firsthand the value of humanitarian diplomacy. It allows us to navigate complex crises, negotiate access in conflict zones, and engage with both state and non-state actors to safeguard humanitarian space. It's a bridge between humanitarian action and political engagement, supporting access, advocating for protection of civilians, and ensuring compliance with international humanitarian law. As humanitarian diplomacy evolves, we must integrate new and innovative approaches, technology, digital tools. The engagement of youth must transform the humanitarian landscape. From early warning systems to AI-driven data analysis, these innovations enhance our ability to predict, prevent, and respond to crises more effectively. Equally, empowering the next generation of humanitarian leaders is essential in ensuring a sustainable and forward-thinking approach to humanitarian action. Leadership is critical to this effort. The Middle East faces some of the most pressing humanitarian challenges, requiring innovative and strategic leadership to address long-running conflicts, protect civilians, and uphold international law. The role of regional powers in shaping humanitarian diplomacy is utterly pivotal, whether in Yemen, Sudan, Syria, Lebanon, or the occupied Palestinian territory. So OCHA values this partnership with the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and the wider Gulf region, which has long championed humanitarian diplomacy. Together, we must uphold principled humanitarian action and stand up for people in need everywhere. Thank you.
That message was from Tom Fletcher, the Under-Secretary General for the Office of Coordination of Humanitarian Affairs. That brings this opening panel to a close. Could you please show your appreciation to the panel for their insights, for sharing their time, taking the time out from their very busy schedules. And can I personally say thank you and good luck going ahead. Because yes, the world out there is tough, things are changing, you are dealing with a landscape which is completely unfamiliar to many of us, but I for one am confident that you will succeed. Thank you so much and good luck.
Connected chair.
بعد قليل إن شاء الله سيبدأ الاحتفال الرسمي. الرجاء البقاء في أماكنكم، لم يتبقى سوى 15 دقيقة تقريبا لانطلاق هذا المنتدى العالمي. الفترة من ورا.
مجال في مجال.
الكيس فيه أسامي.
محمد شيخ حبيبي
السادة الحضور.
Dear honored guests, please be seated and keep your phone on silent mode. Dear attendees, for safety reasons, we would like to note that the exit is on the two sides of the hall. At this time, His Excellency, His Royal Highness, King Prince Faisal bin Bandar bin Abdulaziz, Governor of Riyadh, to sponsor this occasion on behalf of the custodian of the two holy mosques, King Salman.
السلام الملكي.
Please rise for the national anthem. In the name of Allah, the most merciful, the most gracious, and peace be upon the Prophet Muhammad and all his companions. Under the patronage of the custodian of the two holy mosques, King Salman bin Abdulaziz, we launch the activities of the Riyadh Humanitarian Forum in its 4th edition, and on behalf of the custodian of the two holy mosques, King Salman, the governor of Riyadh, His Excellency Prince Bandar bin Faisal bin Abdulaziz, Your Excellencies, Your Eminencies, peace be upon you. Your Excellency, Your Highness, Riyadh today and every day is a gathering for the conferences and global events. And now the whole world is looking for Riyadh being a station for decisions. And the whole world is witnessing how Saudi Arabia has become an influencer. And we had our footprints and on the economy of tourism and also in the humanitarian field. Today you are sponsoring the 4th edition of Riyadh Humanitarian Forum under the title is Navigating the Future of a Humanitarian Response to add to the pioneering status of the kingdom. We welcome you, your excellencies, and also your highnesses and the guests from around the world. Saudi Arabia welcomes all. And now we hear a recitation of the Holy Quran. O mankind, indeed we have created you from male and female, and made you people and tribe that you may know one another. Indeed, the most noble of you in the sight of Allah is the most righteous and of you. Dear honored guests, the speech or the word of this ceremony is given by His Excellency, the advisor at the Royal Cabinet and the general sponsor of the King Salman Center, His Excellency Dr. Abdullah Al-Rabi'a. In the name of Allah, the most merciful, the most gracious, and praise is made to Allah, and peace be upon the Prophet. Your Royal Highness, Prince Faisal bin Bandar Abdulaziz, the Governor of Riyadh, and Your Highness Faisal bin Farhan Al Saud, Minister of Exterior Affairs, Your Highnesses, Your Excellencies, dear honored guests, ladies and gentlemen, peace be upon you. I welcome you all at the Riyadh Humanitarian Forum in its 4th edition, which has become a prominent landmark in the journey of a humanitarian work, and that has the patronage from the custodian of the two holy mosques, King Salman bin Abdulaziz, and also securing and support by His Royal Highness Prince Mohammed bin Salman bin Abdulaziz, the Crown Prince and the Prime Minister, and with your honored presence from ministers and experts in the humanitarian field, officials of national and international organizations, and the journalists who exceeded more than 120 journalists, and that we will count on them to have the world know about the outcomes of this significant humanitarian event. Dear honored guests, this edition of the forum is under the Navigating the Future of a Humanitarian Response, with the passing of 10 years since the inception of King Salman for a humanitarian aid. And it's a moment that we should look at it in order to know from the lessons of before, in order to step forward the future. And after celebrating the Foundation Day of Saudi Arabia, this occasion that remarks back the moment where our country has started 3 centuries back, focusing on collaboration alliance that was set by the founder, King Abdulaziz bin Abdurrahman Al Saud, may Allah rest his soul in peace. And now we today witness how the humanitarian work is existing solidly by King Salman bin Abdulaziz Al Saud, may Allah preserve him, who presented to the world the most precious gift since 10 years ago, when he announced the establishment of King Salman Humanitarian Aid and Relief Center to be a pioneer in providing the humanitarian work for all those in need around the world with a methodology that is generous in planning and immediate response and long-term humanitarian work. And through of that, the center has started to reach out those who need help in 106 countries at expenses that exceeded 10 billion US dollars, 3,375 projects were directly implemented or through partnerships with international, regional, and international global that reached 211 organizations, and the amount of giving exceeded 133 billion US dollars, in addition to be one of the most important centers that execute international projects. 867 volunteer work is conducted in 52 countries, in addition to the active participation with the United Nations in supporting the international orientation and directions, among of which is the Sustainable Goal Development SDGs of the United Nations, and to fulfill a solid and sustainable impact. Consequently, this forum comes in alignment with the collaboration of the international community and exchange the expertise to face the challenges and affect a real change in the mechanism of dealing with the human crisis through 21st sessions participated by 132 speakers. Looking forward that this forum will be a start of unique programs and initiatives, and that will include innovative models that inspires its effectivities of the modern technologies to enhance the efficiency of a human response, and also to eliminate the duplications that contribute to fulfilling the humanitarian needs and enhancing the lives of millions of those in need around the world. And I find it a good work to call the community of donors, private and public sector from the whole world, to present what is required for a humanitarian field to enhance the efficiency of response and also to meet the urgent and critical humanitarian needs. And in closing, I extend my heartfelt and sincere thanks for the custodian of the two holy mosques, King Salman bin Abdul Aziz, and His Royal Highness the Crown Prince, and also thanks for your Royal Highness for attending and honoring us today, appreciating all the efforts who exerted to the success of this forum, headed by the Minister and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and the specialized entities, as well as the United Nations and its humanitarian agencies, as well as my colleagues, the employees of King Salman Center, as well as the sponsor partners, and thank you ever so much. Your Honor, Your Excellencies, dear honored guests, in a country that extends the hand of goodness and goodwill to all under the direction of the custodian of the two holy mosques, King Salman and His Royal Highness the Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman, to continue the generosity for the world, a movie entitled 10 Years of Giving.
والأعمال الإنسانية مركزا دوليا رائدا لإغاثة المجتمعات تعاني من الكوارث بهدف مساعدتها ورفع معاناتها لتعيش عيشة كريمة.
حدثني عن أطفال ونساء ورجال نهضوا يمشون بالهمة بعد العجز. حدثني عن براءة حميناها. حدثني عن الأرض حين نطهرها من ألغام الغدر. حدثني عن المواهب حين نكتشفها ونرعاها. حدثني عن العلم ننشره بين الأجيال. حدثني عن السمع يعود بعد أن كان كل شيء صمتا. حدثني عن بصر يعود بعد إظلام. حدثني عن القلب حين ينبض مجددا. حدثني عن أمهات رعيناهم وأيتام كفلناهم. حدثني عن أجيال بالمهارة مكناهم. حدثني عن شعوب كادت تهلك فقدمنا لها الغذاء والدواء والماء والإيواء. عن توائم ملتصقين رسمنا لهم حياة مستقلة ليكون لهم في الحياة خيارات وطموحات ونماء. حدثني عن شراكات صنعت فرقا لصالح البشرية. عن قوافل عون في البر وفي البحر وجسور في الأجواء. حدثني عن مساعدات وصلت للعالم ووثقناها. عن شهادات نلناها وتكريمات تلقيناها. حدثني عن الحلم رسمناه في عيني فتاه. حدثني عن الأمل حين يزهر بعد قنوط. أحدثك عن مركز أكمل 10 أعوام ولكنه ولد كبيرا ليحلق نحو إنسانية بلا حدود.
أصحاب السمو والمعالي أيها الحفل الكريم، الكلمة الآن لصاحب.
The word now is for His Excellency Prince Faisal bin Farhan bin Abdullah, Minister of Foreign Affairs. In the name of Allah, the most merciful, and praise is made to Allah. Your Royal Highness Prince Faisal bin Bandar bin Abdulaziz Al Saud, Governor of Riyadh, Your Excellency Dr. Abdullah bin Abdulaziz Al Rabi'a, General Supervisor of King Salman Center for Humanitarian Aid, Your Highnesses, Your Excellencies, dear honored guests. It gives us a great pleasure to meet today here under the patronage of the custodian of the two holy mosques, King Salman bin Abdulaziz, and that is coincidence with 10 years of the inauguration of King Salman Humanitarian Aid and Relief Center. And also I extend my sincere thanks for conducting this forum and discussing enforcing the humanitarian aid, discussing the challenges, and also we commend and value the efforts of the participants and attendees for their valuable efforts serving the humanity. The kingdom, since its inception, were keen to extend the help for the people and aiding those who are in need around the world, and starting in the light of its principles and values about the humanitarian aid, the Kingdom has exerted significant efforts to become one of the most prominent countries in giving and also in development in humanitarian aids. The total givings reach $133 billion and benefited by 173 countries around the world. And the Kingdom has launched a group of campaigns, among which is the public campaign to aid their brothers in Palestine, collecting funds that exceeds 7 billion riyals, as well as to the help in Yemen and to remove and also in order to remove the mines or land mines in Yemen, and as well as that will contribute to reach the humanitarian aid for those who needs it, and also performing the marine evacuations for those stuck in Sudan. The Kingdom is still keen to execute immediate humanitarian help, such as food security and also environment correctness in collaboration with the international partners. We ensure that the Kingdom diplomatic efforts with enforcing the international partnerships and exchanging the best practices and seeking pioneering and championship in humanitarian work in the light of the Kingdom's value. And in the light of the acceleration of a human crisis, we assure the role of the humanitarian aid in enforcing the efforts, being a supporting effort to make ease the humanitarian challenges through implementing the international humanitarian law to ensure and guarantee the accessibility of aid for within conflict areas. And from this perspective, the Saudi diplomacy is exerting a huge condensed effort to enhance dialogue and conversations for sustainable peace. And the world is seeking a dire need for international humanitarianism in preventing a crisis according to the international law and the work according to that. The Kingdom has sought in order to prevent the deterioration of the damaged areas through regional and international collaborations. And in this context, the need of humanitarian work is preceded all other needs and try to find solutions enhancing collaboration and experience practices sharing and finding sustainable and innovating work, avoiding the widening of the gap between the funding and humanitarian gap. The Kingdom extend that in addition to the stress caused by national disaster on the international community, which is under the burden of excessive loads, and enhancing the efficacy of the humanitarian work. In closing, I extend my heartfelt thanks for all the efforts for the Center of King Salman for Humanitarian Aid and Relief Center for conducting this forum. I affirm that we are in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. We are all committed in fulfilling all the needs and making sure that we preserve the value and principle and form a more fair and more peaceful world. And thank you. Your Highnesses, Your Excellencies, dear honored guests, and now we will watch a video about the Riyadh Humanitarian Conference in its 4th edition.
In moments, life can change forever. And in a single moment, hope rests in the hands of those who respond first. But are we ready? Despite the challenges, the complexities, the limited resources, and crises that escalate in the blink of an eye, we find ourselves asking, how can our humanitarian response today keep pace with these mounting challenges? How do we ensure not just speed, but impact? Wishes alone are not enough. We remain hopeful for the future, even as it grows more uncertain. And so we need solutions that are faster and smarter, collaboration that is deeper and more foresighted, and action that is both efficient and profoundly human. We come together today to reinforce our solidarity, to explore the horizons of the future of humanitarian response, and to remain open to all ideas, possibilities, and solutions. These moments, these steps, no matter how small they seem today, will transform entire communities, paving the way for a better tomorrow, for the sake of humanity and its future. This is the call. This is our mission.
أيها الحفل الكريم.
Guest, now the word for the honor King Salman bin Abdul Aziz, may Allah protect him, the honored to say this word in his behalf, His Royal Highness Prince Bandar bin Abdul Aziz, Faisal bin Bandar bin Abdul Aziz. In the name of Allah, I'm thankful to God, and peace be upon the Prophet Muhammad, dear guest, dear highnesses, peace be upon you. I'm very glad to welcome you here in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, and I'm proud to transfer the greetings from King Salman. May Allah protect him. In the name of Allah. And in his behalf, I honored to welcome you here in this forum, the 4th forum. Every year the conflicts increased year after year, and this make more challenges for humanitarian people, and now we have to look for the most people who have difficulties through these challenges, and to speak about it and to have a dialogue between us, that we cannot solve it unless we have the efforts together at partnership with all the parties, and now from the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia for the people humanitarian help who established since the King Abdul Aziz Al Saud who give the support and help aids for many countries to face encountered problems, which more than 1,000 billion Saudi Riyal, and this comes from the center of King Salman before 10 years from now, which helped to present the aid for millions of people who is most needed all around the world by implement many projects by paying $7 billion American dollars. And at the end, thank you for your participation, and we are looking forward for the work for this forum to increase the effort and to find the initiatives, solutions, and to have a great humanitarian future. And thank you. Thank you, Your Highness. After a while and in front of you, we will sign some agreements between King Salman Humanitarian Aid and Relief Centers and with others parties. I ask the Supervisor Director, Dr. Abdullah Al-Rabi'a, to sign agreement the support of Kingdom Saudi Arabia for the universal initiatives to find child impairment. And also I want for the Dr. Kidros, the Ministry of Health, Worldwide Health, to come to the stage. Dear Highness, the first agreement between the King Salman Humanitarian Aid and Relief Center and the WCO to determine polio by $300 million. The second agreement between the King Salman Humanitarian Aid and Relief Center and between the UNICEF to support the worldwide initiative by $200 million to the global polio eradication initiative between King Salman and the UNICEF. Dear guest, the consulted who's Supervisor Director for the Center of King Salman and also the WHO Didros and Mrs. Catherine Roses and the CEO Dr. Sally Nishtar and the Supervisor for the Development for the Bill Gates Organization, Mr. Elias, and also for the organization on the Pakistan, Mr. Aziz, to take a group photo after this agreement. Also, we invite the Chief Dr. Mohammed bin Sulaiman Al Jasser for the International Bank to sign the agreement. To sign the agreement between King Salman Humanitarian Aid and Relief and between the Islamic Fund for the second stage, for the biggest development initiative on the Middle East, which about with 100 million American dollar for contribution to the Lives and Livelihood Fund. The fourth agreement and the last, we invite the director, Mrs. Sydney Mackin, to come to the stage to renew the program with the contribution program between the King Salman Humanitarian Aid and Relief Center and with the Food Program International, which lasts for decades to support by dates with more than 100 ton, which implemented over more than 30 countries. Thank you, dear guest. And now to honor the supporter for the fourth forum here, the strategies, the France Bank. Al-Bilad Bank. And also Al-Rajhi Bank. These are the strategies sponsors. I invite them to come. The French Bank and Al-Bilad Bank and Al-Rajhi Bank. The silver sponsor. Al-Inma Bank and Arab National Bank. Those are the silver sponsor, Arab National Bank and an Al-Inma Bank. The bronze sponsors, Sami Al-Jaffali Foundation. Dear guests, in this country and the development country and the country of the goodness, we will continue to give this goodness. Thank you, dear Prince. And now we conclude this session in the 4th edition of this forum. Thank you for all the participants here, and thank you and goodbye.
Good. Excellencies, we're going to start the panel. I'm just allowing a few minutes for everyone to get a seat. Excellencies, distinguished guests, colleagues, and friends, good afternoon, and welcome to these important discussions on the future of humanitarian supply chain. Resilient, innovative, and localized. It is an honor to be here at the 4th Riyadh International Humanitarian Forum, engaging with experts and practitioners who are shaping the future of humanitarian response. My name is Betika, and I serve as the Director of the Supply Chain and Delivery at the World Food Programme. In this role, I have the privilege of leading WFP's global supply chain, procurement, and delivery operation, ensuring that life-saving assistance reaches those in need as efficiently and effectively as possible. As we gather today, we face an increasingly complex humanitarian landscape, marked by geopolitical instability, climate shocks, pandemics, and economic pressures. These challenges have tested the limits of global supply chains, forcing us to rethink how we deliver assistance to those who need it most. This conversation would not be more timely, as Saudi Arabia is a fitting place to have it. The kingdom has become a key player in global humanitarian and development effort, not only as a donor, but as a growing operational hub for logistic and aid delivery. With its strategic location, strong infrastructure, and commitment to humanitarian assistance, particularly through chaos relief, Saudi Arabia is well positioned to shape the future of supply chain resilience in the region and beyond. The country's Vision 2030 also places a strong emphasis on innovation, localization, and sustainability, making it an ideal setting to explore how we can strengthen humanitarian supply chain in a rapidly changing world. Resilience, innovation, and localization must be at the heart of our approach. In recent years, we have seen disruptions to traditional supply routes, the impact of inflation on procurement, and the growing urgency to empower local actors. The question is no longer whether we need to transform humanitarian supply chain, but how do we do it? And how quickly do we do it? The factors that will determine our success in the challenging environment remain how we partner, specifically with community actors and local partners, use innovative approaches, adapt to changing realities on the ground, and work in lockstep with government to help build their resilience to future shocks. Our discussion today will focus on 3 key areas. Resilience. How can we build supply chain that withstand shocks and ensure continuity of operation, even in the most fragile context? Innovation. What emerging technologies and approaches can enhance efficiency, reduce costs, and improve the speed of humanitarian response? And finally, localization. How can we strengthen partnership with local actors, build regional capacity, and reduce reliance on long, complex supply routes? We are fortunate to have a distinguished panel of experts who brings diverse perspectives from governments, humanitarian organizations, and the private sector. Their insights will help us explore solutions and collaborative pathways for a more agile and effective humanitarian supply chain. I encourage you all to engage actively, share your experience, challenge ideas, and help shape a future where supply chains are not just reactive, but proactive, adaptive, and truly sustainable. With that, let's begin. I would like to get a mic. I would like to introduce my guests today. I would like to welcome my Executive Director, Ms. McCain, Ambassador Cindy McCain, the Executive Director of UNICEF, Ms. Catherine Ruthell, Mr. Jorge Moreira, Under-Secretary General for UNOPS, Ms. Nancy Aosi, President and CEO of the International Medical Corps, Dr. Sanya Nishtar, CEO of Gavi, Vaccine Alliance, Mr. Azem Bakhle, President of the Syrian Arab Red Crescent, and last but not least, His Excellency Ryan Al-Bakri, Deputy Transport Minister of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. So I will take my guests through a series of questions that will be allocated through the panel. So I will start with the first question. How are organizations navigating the rising cost, delivery delays, and security threats impacting global supply chains? What are the most significant access challenges they face in delivering humanitarian assistance in conflict and disaster-affected areas? So I will start with you, Edie, Ms. McCain.
Thank you. Thank you. First of all, before I go on to answer this question, Betty does work for WFP, and she has been in charge of our supply chain for a number of years now. But not only that, she's a superwoman in this arena, so I'm just very honored to be on this panel with her today. So please welcome Betty. I think as far as the significant access challenges and everything, you all are well aware of the kind of environments that we work in. And they're some of the most difficult environments on the planet to be able to be operational in. It's places like DRC and Haiti and Sudan and Yemen. And our team's infrastructure and supplies are put at risk every minute of every day when they're on the ground in these very restrictive areas that we work in. And the most important thing to all of us at WFP is to be able to work safely in these environments, and that's not always possible, as you are well aware of. What's missing right now, in my opinion, to not just gain access is the true lack of respect for humanitarian law. I say this at every meeting I go to. Humanitarian aid workers are not targets. They are not targets. And somehow, somewhere this year, we become targets. And I cannot figure out how that happened. But it's not right. The impact of what the critical supply chains that go in, and the ability to be able to not just get them in, but get them to those who are in greatest need is so important. It's so important, and it's not always possible, which is not just frustrating, but it's devastating to not just those that we serve, but to those of us who are trying to get the stuff to them. We use every possible modality of assistance: food, cash, vouchers, where the markets are functioning. But we know that there are countries where we operate that most importantly, use deep knowledge. And what does that mean? It means we can adapt to local conditions to make sure that we can work, make sure that we can get the food to where it's supposed to go, and make sure that it goes to the people it's supposed to go to. And lastly, make sure that this life-saving aid is used in a way that is most effective for those who are in greatest need. And I want to say, I brag a lot about our teams, but I have to say, along with the teams up here, because we all work in the same areas, WFP has some of the bravest people I've ever met working for it in conditions that are just horribly difficult. So I want to commend all the people, both in here and hopefully watching online, to please say a special thank you to your aid workers and those who are on the ground right now. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. McKean. Ms. Russell, please.
Great. Thank you so much, Betty. And first I want to say I endorse everything that Executive Director McCain said. You know, WFP and UNICEF work so closely together in so many difficult places, and we so appreciate her leadership and the work of the organization. Let me just say a couple of things. One, this couldn't be a more timely conversation in the sense that we see record numbers of children around the world who are in really dire need of help. We estimate that about 470 million children live in conflict zones or are fleeing from conflict. That's an astronomical number. Over 200 million children need humanitarian assistance at any given time. I mean, it is really a time of us struggling to meet the needs that are out there. The supply chains, which is what we're talking about here today, are really the backbone of our ability to reach these children. But the proliferation of these emergencies and the strain on humanitarian funding are combining to make our challenges even more difficult than usual. We saw this, you know, some of the challenges during the COVID-19 pandemic, but they didn't end there. We saw last year we had some challenges, excuse me, disruption of shipping routes through the Red Sea. Those sorts of things just exacerbate the difficulties we're already facing. The impact excuse me, on children is really staggering. And I'd like to just highlight some of the work we do to address those challenges. First, UNICEF has emergency stockpiles at country, regional, and global levels. I mean, we have things almost everywhere in the world, and this enables us to respond to any humanitarian crisis within 72 hours, which is impressive, but unfortunately quite necessary. Second, we've been working very hard for years now to localize our supplier networks. These local supplies shorten the supply chains and reduce exposure to these global disruptions that I mentioned. And they also strengthen local manufacturing capacity, which I think is absolutely critical going forward. Third, when these disruptions of transportation do occur, we collaborate with global transport companies to navigate the challenges. And we have long-term agreements with them to help reduce market fluctuations, which again is critical. We're trying to deal with all of the sort of disruptions that emerge at any given time and trying to systematize our work. But we still face significant challenges. And I think, you know, Cindy mentioned this, the lack of humanitarian access is one of the most difficult things we're dealing with at this point. The best supply chain in the world, and I think we've got those, can't help children if we can't get that last mile, if we can't get the supplies to children in need where they really are. We have bureaucratic barriers, we have political barriers, they can delay supplies. As Cindy said, aid workers are under threat, which is a constant worry for both of us and for all of you who are in this space. And of course, you know, as Cindy said, many humanitarian workers lost their lives last year, which is truly unacceptable, but it's a world we're living in. We need humanitarian corridors, we need cooperation among governments, armed groups, and humanitarian organizations to maintain these corridors. And critically, we need stronger diplomatic engagement to ensure adherence to international humanitarian law. I say this all the time, by the time it gets to us, it means the political systems are already failing. And the political systems need to do better so the humanitarians don't have to bear so much of the burden.
Thank you so much. Ms. Russell, Ms. Elsie, please.
Yes, thank you. Well, just to mirror some of what Catherine and Cindy said, the operational conditions today have been probably more difficult than ever. The security of our teams is so paramount, and yet things just get more and more difficult. And then in the midst of all these conflicts, we're trying to get supplies and medicines to people that live not only in conflict zones, but in just really dire situations where there's no stability in their lives. And these are very remote areas, so the challenges are immense. And so International Medical Corps we just actually celebrated our 40th anniversary, but we've been responding to natural disasters in conflict areas since the 80s when we started in Afghanistan. And one of the reasons we started in Afghanistan was we recognized that children could not get access to the vaccines that they needed because there was not a cold chain that was reliable. And we realized very quickly at the beginning of our organization that the only way to really ensure that you're able to reach people in such dire situations is to figure out that logistical, as you said, backbone. And the logistics and the supply chain is really integral to every single thing that organizations like International Medical Corps do. So there are so many challenges. I just want to mention one of the ways we navigate them is we work very closely to engage local actors and win the trust of local actors. And one of the things that we also do is from a mechanical standpoint, in advance, we basically forge blanket agreements with pre-vetted, pre-qualified vendors so that when we need to go, we've got our people in place and we're ready to go. And we have learned that we can reduce our processing time by up to 25%. And in fact, just this week, we have a team of 6 in Dubai, pre-qualifying vendors to support our KS relief support project in Yemen. But these are some of the things that we try to do in advance. We use data analytics. We developed a software program which starts at the beginning of procurement all the way to the end user, the patient, tailor-made for each country. It's called Pharmaceutical Information Management System, PIMS. I can talk more about that. But it's a way to move things along and to have visibility across the entire supply chain. And then we look a lot to strategic partnerships. They're very, very important. Logistics partners. The logistics cluster is an important resource of sharing information and comparing notes. We have partners like FedEx, Flexport, Airlink, and I'll just give a couple quick examples. In Haiti, during the earthquake in 2021, we were able to deploy an outpatient facility in 48 hours with the help of Federal Express, given their tremendous logistical platform. Airlink helped us with our supply and our logistics deploy a hospital into Gaza through all the various challenges there. This was 140 pallets, and it was 2 20-foot containers, and we couldn't have done it without a partnership like that.
Thank you very much, Ms. Hosey. So I'm not pretending to try and summarize what the 3 ladies have said, but in a nutshell, the commonalities are all about safety, access to the people we serve, partnering with each other. Collaboration is fundamental. There's no one agency that can do it alone. That's the answer. And adaptability to the context, whatever the context is, the demand that continues to increase, and probably the supply that is not meeting with the demand. So we have to be very innovative. The logistics remains essential. It's the backbone of all the operations and the responses. So I will move on to the next question with your permission, unless there's anyone that has anything else to add. All right. So moving on to the follow-up question. How can local procurement be better integrated into humanitarian response plans while ensuring quality, safety, and ethical resource practices? So I will start with you, Excellency Rayyan, Deputy Minister of Transport of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia.
Thank you very much, Betty. For us to be an enabler for organizations and companies and suppliers as long as, and suppliers, along with the logistics service providers, we have to create a seamless integration between our infrastructure, regulations, and make sure that the journey of the movements is convenient from point A to point B. Now, with the challenges we have heard from organizations and the security aspect, in Saudi Arabia, a couple of years back, His Royal Highness announced the National Transport Strategy for Logistics, the National Logistics and Transport Strategy for 2030. And it was approved with a high mandate on implementing state-of-the-art regulations, policies, and making sure that the infrastructure is capable to handle global and future demand, along with catering the ambitions of the local demand and development and transformation as well. Logistics, we have the first mile, mid-mile, and the last mile. In Saudi Arabia, we have developed seaports and airports that can be integrated in a way to cater the first mile and mid-mile for supply chain for the humanitarian aid. Actually, we are looking at several locations on the Red Sea to be able to cater Africa. We are just a few hours away from there. And we have shipping lines. We have partnered with private sector, and we have, during the last couple of years in the crisis we have seen, we have actually established a shipping line in Saudi Arabia. It's called Fulk, to be able to make sure that there is a resilient logistics activity that connects us with the world and connects the businesses and suppliers in Saudi with the global demand that they require. So it's all about collaboration, making sure that the enablement is there, the facilitation is actually there, policies and regulations supports, and making sure that the environment of those organizations and logistics service providers is actually attractive for them to do business and to cater what they need for their eventual organization needs as well.
Thank you very much, Excellency. I'll move to you, sir. Jorge Moreira from UNOPS.
Thank you, Betty. As WFP and UNICEF, we also work in the most challenging context. We work on procurement, infrastructure, project management. And localization, and particularly the strengthening of localizing supply chains, is a fundamental element, not only because we have been seeing volatility, also the need to ensure more predictability, but also because humanitarian can strengthen development. Procurement represents, in some countries, 15 to 20% of GDP. So the more we do relying on local capacities, the safer, the most resilient it is, but also we are helping developing local capacities, decent job creation, and for UNOPS this has been a key element. More than 40% of all procurement for our projects is local, and 10% of the top of this is regional, which means that 50% is either local or regional, and this has been not only a nice thing to do, but it has been part of the success of the delivery on the ground. The fact that we rely more on local capacities has helped us to deliver faster and in a more inclusive manner. Let me give you a couple examples. Myanmar. It's impossible to deliver in Myanmar without relying on local capacities. And indeed, it's what UNOPS is doing. We work on health in Myanmar, basically rely on civil society organizations, and through that, with local suppliers. The same in Afghanistan, where we support 10 million people based on more than 200 local suppliers, which has helped strengthening the role of women in activities on infrastructure and life-saving activities. And finally, an example in Mozambique, in Cabo Delgado, as you know, with facing forced displacement, where again we rely on local capacity. But it's important also, going to your point about the the safety, the quality, and the ethical elements. Very often we tend to think that when things are urgent, we can water down or overcome or bypass the most stringent rules. Our experience shows the opposite. It is possible, and more than possible, it is needed to apply the best standards even in emergency context. It's what we have been doing, for instance, applying sustainability assessments in all emergency procurement that we conduct. And finally, we are now expanding Scope 3 on climate change, Scope 3 to all supply chains. So we are not only responsible for the direct emissions from UNOPS on the ground, but we want to green the entire supply chain, starting counting emissions for those that provide us services and for those that benefit from our projects.
Thank you very much, sir. I'll move to you, Edie, for the same question. Ms. McCain?
Oh, sorry, yeah. Yes, you know, local procurement is extraordinarily important, and it really is an integral part of what we do. And how do we do that? It's by helping to strengthen local economies and markets. That's an absolute priority for WFP on the ground. We have been able to steadily increase the share of food procurement we source daily now. Of the $1.4 billion worth of commodities this year, in 2024, WFP procured 40% was bought locally on local markets. That supports jobs and livelihoods, schools, et cetera. It's all very, very important in all this. And the principles that are built on in frameworks of organizations, part of this is about local, not just local procurement, but local activity and local work. And so this is something that is very much a part of our daily activities and our daily plans within these countries. And oftentimes we pay a premium for these purchases, ensuring that WFP's operations support local economies for a longer term or very long-term impact. And I think lastly, it also is just good, simple business. It really is. Where the markets are stronger or can be used, it's really the best thing to do because it supports everybody that way. And I keep telling our folks at WFP, our whole goal is to put ourselves out of business. So I look for local markets.
Thank you very much to the three of you for your excellent contributions. So I will summarize in a couple of words again. Was the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia offering seamless integration policies and laws that are favoring collaboration and fostering work with the private sector? Was Saudi Arabia and the Red Sea being segue to multiple continents, Saudi being at the middle? The importance of localization have been highlighted both by WFP and UNOPS, with humanitarian organization being able to re-inject in local economies where we operate. Up to 40% of what humanitarian organizations spend are spent in local economies and local market. So the intention from all the humanitarians is really to refunnel the contributions that are being received into the local market, closer to the communities that we support. So this is a nice segue to our next question. Can you share a specific example of how technology and innovation are being used to improve the efficiency and effectiveness of your supply chain? And I will ask the question to our colleagues from IMC. First.
All right, thank you.
Sorry.
That's okay. So I had mentioned earlier something about something we call our Pharmaceutical Information Management System. We call it PIMS. But what PIMS does is something we developed as a result of the needs that we were seeing on the ground. We weren't able to find a software that essentially did all the things that we needed. So we tailor-made something that we could then adapt to the various environments and various countries that we're working in, because every country, of course, has a unique set of needs. But what this software has allowed us to do, from the time of planning, first assessing the need in a particular country, and then planning, and then purchasing, and then delivering, and then getting these medicines to the warehouse, and then to that last mile, that end user, the patient, it allowed us to not only from the very first point to the very last point of that dispensing that medication in the field to that one person that needs it, it allowed us this tremendous visibility all along the chain. And in real time, when that medicine is dispensed, we know very quickly what our stock is, how quickly we're going through it, what our needs are, how soon we need to restock and order in advance. And then we are able to adapt this, as I said, to the various countries we're working in. And one of the interesting things about this software that's been really helpful to us is that it's easy to learn. So a pharmacy technician in South Sudan who had never used a computer before was, with 3 days of training, able to learn this software. And as a result, they were seeing about 150 patients a day at this very remote clinic. But as a result, he was able to reduce his dispensing time from 5 minutes to about 41 seconds after just 3 days of training. So this visibility, this software has really allowed us to keep an eye on our medicines, make sure that they're not wasted, that they're not stolen, and that we always know where we are when it comes to having to resupply our clinics. I want to mention one other example. It's actually through a partnership with KS Relief. We've been working to ensure a continuous and safe water supply for dialysis machines in Somalia. And so we installed it's a customized reverse osmosis system with pre-filters and temperature controls. But by tailoring what is needed to the unique needs in Somalia through a partnership like that, we're able to more effectively deliver kind of really complicated care in a place as difficult as Somalia, just through these technologies.
Thank you, Ms. Yosi. I will ask the same question to Gavi. Ms. Nishtar, please.
Well, thank you very much to the government of Saudi Arabia for organizing this and for bringing us together, and thank you for the focus on fragile and humanitarian settings. We are increasingly coming in front of such situations in our work. As you know, Gavi is an international public-private partnership which works as an alliance with the World Health Organization and UNICEF, and our mandate is to provide access to vaccinations to save lives and to provide access to vaccination also for global health security objectives. And we are increasingly working in the kind of environments that we are talking about. Now, we've had to transform lately to adapt our execution modalities to these situations. Because initially, we worked with our 2 alliance partners, the 2 UN partners, WHO and UNICEF, and we worked with governments. But increasingly, as we are working in humanitarian settings, we are now expanding our partnerships, and we are increasingly working with other actors who are more adept at negotiating access in these environments, such as other UN partners, such as the civil society organizations. And it's an imperative that we do that. We are also, your question was about technology and how technology was enabling us to navigate these challenges. There are a few situations we've had to heavily leverage technology. For instance, there are areas that are completely inaccessible. And taking stock of that, a few years ago, Gavi invested in the drone delivery program. We invested in a startup which had the promise of developing drones and using them for delivery of commodities and delivery of vaccines in remote areas. And I'm very happy to say that that investment really paid off. So the drone delivery program, which Gavi funded and catalyzed initially, is now a multi-billion-dollar private sector initiative working in collaboration with partners in Rwanda, in Nigeria, in Ghana, and operating at scale. It was a particular need that drove the need to leverage technology for better delivery in inaccessible situations. Another set of innovations where we leverage technology heavily is in the area of cold chain maintenance, because for the delivery of vaccines, you require a certain segment of the supply chain which is cold chain driven. And over a period of time, we've had to innovate and iterate and develop different kinds of technologically enabled delivery mechanisms, including drive-in cars and technologies that keep vaccines cold outside of refrigeration for several days, to be able to respond to these humanitarian settings. And of course, we have aspirations to heavily use AI at scale, because we've done some initial pilots which are very promising in terms of geospatial platforms which leverage big data analytics and geographical information and AI to pinpoint problem areas where access is an issue. For Gavi as an organization which focuses on ensuring access to vaccinations, getting to the right situations is absolutely critical to us. And we're increasingly finding that there are pockets which are very difficult to access. This is where AI in pilot settings has really come to our rescue, because it's entirely possible to leverage different data sets and to pinpoint those locations which we then need to focus better in terms of reaching out to. But in terms of technology and innovation, the demonstration of its application, the demonstration of its utility, its use, its advantage in a pilot setting is one thing, and of course taking it to scale is another, which is why as part of the Gavi replenishment drive, as you know, we are fundraising for our next 5-year cycle commencing 2026. We are focusing on a scale-up fund, because it's absolutely critical that technologies that are proven to give solutions in a specific pilot setting are taken to scale, because that is where you reap maximum benefit from them. And that is very much going to be our focus going forward.
Thank you very much, Ms. Nishtar. So I will summarize a little bit. I didn't ask the same questions to other organizations, but I could very much see everything that you've said being done also in my own organization. I know UNICEF is doing the same thing. I know UNOPS is doing the same thing. And I know the Kingdom is also doing the same thing. So we mentioned the importance of maintaining visibility through the chain. So tracking and tracing aid throughout the chain is fundamental. It's fundamental for the beneficiaries that we are supporting, it's fundamental for our donors, and it's fundamental for our organization. Partnering is also fundamental. Who do we partner with in the private sector to leverage technology, as Ms. Nishtar was saying? So leveraging technology in various aspects. Drone was an example that was given, but also cold chain. The private sector is often well advanced as compared to humanitarian organizations. How do we leverage the private sector advancement to the benefit of the humanitarian organization? The capacity to be able to use AI at scale. And finally, how do we neutralize efforts so that we put all these existing technology together for the greater good? So segueing to the next question. What are the key strategies for building more resilient and sustainable local supply chain in humanitarian context? How can we ensure that these efforts benefit local economies and communities? Most of you already touched upon those points. So I will ask the questions to Ms. Russell from UNICEF.
Great, thank you, Betty. I think it's interesting. I think you heard certainly from the UN partners up here, but I think others as well. There's a huge push in the humanitarian space to really support and strengthen regional and local production. It seems so obvious. There's so many good reasons to do it, and I think we're all trying to do it as aggressively as we can. At UNICEF, about more than half of our contracted for goods and services in 2023, and that's about $5.2 billion worth were procured from suppliers in program countries. So it's an aggressive effort on our behalf, and I think others as well. And we're also very committed and interested in helping build local manufacturing capacity. And just as an example, we recently collaborated with the African Union, which is a key partner for us in our Africa policy and other parts of our work, to develop the local production in Africa roadmap. And the roadmap helps because it helps us assess and track the readiness for local production of key nutrition, health, and immunization products. So we kind of know where everybody stands and what their capacity is. We're also making significant progress in localizing our supplier base. And let me just give you two examples of that. One, we have a product, many of you know this, it's called RUTF, it's ready-to-use therapeutic food. And that's something that we have really worked hard to push out into our program countries. Right now, UNICEF procures 80% of the world's supply of this life-saving product, and over 3/4 of our suppliers operate in the global south. So it's really been a conscious effort to push it in that direction. We're also making really important progress in localizing syringe manufacturing, which in some ways seems kind of a narrow thing, but syringes obviously are absolutely critical to our ability to provide health and well-being for children because we do the vaccinations. In 2023, less than 10% of UNICEF's syringe procurement contracts went to Africa-based manufacturers. In 2024, that jumped to 40%, and we're continuing to push as quickly as we can, hoping to get to 60% by 2029. Again, it's smart business, and it's also smart for the countries where we're working. So we consider it a strategic imperative. It reduces the distance between producers and beneficiaries. It increases the speed and resilience of our supply chains, makes them more sustainable, and it supports local economies, which is a top priority for us. So all around, we see it as a win-win. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Ms. Russell. And I will ask the same question to His Excellency, Mr. Azem Bakhle, please.
As a natural society, SARC has built during the years good relations with the government, and it was a supportive partner in different fields. SARC cannot work alone without the help and support of the government agencies. Training and experience exchange are the major factors for building up the knowledge and the awareness. Once you have the knowledge, tools, and the awareness, you will be able to achieve your goals. Without education, learning, and hard working, no one can progress or develop. Therefore, it's very important to exchange experiences between organizations, donors, and the Syrian Arab Red Crescent. Once you have the education, the knowledge, the tools, and the experience, anyone will move the wheel of the economy easily, and the economy will live in a better way. Education, training tools are the nerve for any flourishing economy.
Thank you very much, Excellency. And I will ask the same question to you, Excellency Ryan, please.
Supply chain resilience goes into several aspects. If we want to look at it from a consolidation point of view, that's number one. We need to look at it from an optimization point of view as well, that's number two. You need to have good access to your products whenever you need it, wherever you need it. So if you consolidate your supply chain, your inventories, specifically based on the targeted locations that you cover, you will have an optimized operation which leads to a better cost and accessibility to markets, or not markets, accessibility to areas and locations that requires aid. Having all those three merged with the innovation in technology and the supply chain systems that works to facilitate that operation helps a lot.
Thank you very much, Excellency. So again, I will try to summarize a little bit. Shared commitment to localization of the supply chain throughout the comments that were made. Roadmap for localization is also something that came up. Localizing some products in the supply chain for speed and for efficiency. The importance of exchanging knowledge, of building the capacity of local actors, the importance of consolidation and optimization, again for cost efficiency, and last but not least, leveraging innovation. So moving on to my next question. How are local knowledge and expertise being leveraged to develop and implement innovative supply chain? So I will ask the questions to you, Excellency, Jorge.
Yeah, are you talking to me or to?
No, Jorge. Jorge.
Oh, perfect. Good. It's yours.
Thank you.
Sorry.
Well, I think that the knowledge base and the expertise can't be siloed. We have been talking about the nexus for many years, the humanitarian development peace nexus. But we also need to address these questions on supply chains, not just focusing on procurement, but also on the knowledge base and on the expertise on infrastructure. I just visited Gaza 10 days ago, and obviously, despite all the amazing efforts that all the humanitarians, all the agencies are doing, we will not be able to provide all the support that is needed unless we can go towards early recovery, which means that water, sanitation, electricity, waste management, rubber removal is addressed. So what I mean is the following. It's important that we address these challenges in a more integrated manner with the enablers, such as mine action to remove the mines, providing all the humanitarian need that is needed, but also going towards early recovery and then reconstruction. So it's important that the knowledge base, the expertise, the technology is addressed across the spectrum and across the nexus. Final point, if I may, is on the pre-qualifications, the capacity building. As we heard from everyone in this panel, we all want to rely more on local capacities. But we can only rely more on local capacities if we invest on capacity building and on pre-qualifications before the crisis happens, because we can only tap into that potential if we have done our homework before the crisis emerged. So again and again, I insist on the point that bringing more often development and humanitarian and peace in the same equation is critical.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moreira. Mr. Buckley?
Okay. In SARC, maybe we are not the only ones who are facing a lot of difficulties. But we have to find the creative solutions. We have to run through our local experts and the knowledge that we have through the last 14 years of the crisis to create solutions that are suitable for daily problems we face. On a weekly basis, we have meetings on the level of each department, and same goes on the management level to find solutions for the unsolved issues. Trainings has been done on both branches and sub-branches level for many, let's say 14 years, last 14 years for the logistic department, including warehousing, procurement, fleet management, to develop the supply chain and find creative solution as well. Conclusion from that, when you are working under pressure for a long time, many years, a lot of solutions will appear.
Thank you very much, Mr. Buckley. So summarizing again, the importance of having an integrated response, multi-sectoral. As we said at the beginning, there is no single agency that can respond to the magnitude of the need. The importance of partnership, the importance of anticipatory action. It is valuable to do all the vetting and all the processes before crisis strikes. And then the importance of training and building the capacity of local actors, pre-crisis, during crisis, and post-crisis. Moving on to my before last question. So what are the most effective ways to foster public-private partnership to enhance humanitarian supply chain? Can you share specific example of successful and how can, of successful collaboration, and how can organizations leverage existing partnership and networks to strengthen public-private collaboration in the humanitarian sector? I will start with Ms. McCain.
Thank you. I think initially and most important in my opinion is, of course, we need to be more ambitious. If there's one thing I think we're all guilty of prior to this new funding level now is that it was too easy. We were able to get our money for the most part, and now we're faced with having to not just work harder, much harder for it, but look for different avenues. And that's good. That's a good thing, because there is no one government, there's no one country, there's no one agency that can do this all. We all have to collaborate and look to the private sector and private partnerships as well. I think that we talked a great deal about innovation and expertise. That's something that WFP has been working on very diligently for a number of years now. And the marvelous things that come out of some of these small groups that invent and do things that can be helpful. I mean, we're going to test a drone that's going to drop food in the field. I can't wait to see it. but I mean, it's things like that could change a platform completely, just if you give it a little oomph to it, and also give it the working environment to be able to do it as well. As far as our logistics team goes, we've been very successful, and I'm very proud of our team for this because they put together major logistics firms that help us get our goods across the world. Organizations like Agility, UPS, Maersk, DP World, and so on. These have all been, and there's more than just those, but these have been very instrumental in making sure that we could do our job and get it there faster and easier and in good condition as well. The global needs rise. We need more partners. So that makes us work even harder to not just find new partnerships, but to collaborate together, to see what we can do together that would alleviate some of the costs and also make it more efficient long range around the world. We're not done with this by any stretch. We're in the beginning phases of being able to try to build on these particular things, but it's most important to the logistics team and to our global supply chains for just that reason. And I think lastly, just encouraging people, I think a lot of private partnerships, a lot of private donors actually never thought about giving to huge agencies like ours. So we're trying to encourage the smaller donor and the donors that are excited to be a part of this. They want to be a part and they just don't know how to do it. And so that to me is a good future for every organization up here, is to be able to encourage all that. And I think lastly, again, I think most importantly, our efficiency and effectiveness has to be top of the charts here in terms of how we operate in all of these things. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. McCain. Ms. Russell, do you want to take the same question?
Same question and a similar answer, which is, as I said, we're in this together and we do so much work together. And I think Cindy really addressed a lot of the really critical parts. I think the challenges, as you've heard from all of us, are enormous. We obviously all need to come together to try to figure out how we can bring our different capacities, strengths, and efforts together to try to make this a little bit more manageable for everybody. I can give two good examples. partnerships that I think really illustrate how we can do this. One is we established something called the Humanitarian Transport and Logistics Alliance, which is really, it's similar to what Cindy was just saying. We bring together the different big shipping lines, which obviously do so much for us, move so many goods. And the alliance really helps us to move them, but it also helps deal with different things like complex importation processes. You know, they're very skilled at this. They bring so much to the table and are able to help us. A second example is something that helps us with bottlenecks and barriers. And we've seen so often that humanitarian supplies get stuck, right? Either at a border points, waiting for custom clearance. Sometimes that can take months. It really delays the access to people in need, which is obviously something that is not acceptable to us. And they also increase the risk of product expiration or damage, and that can cost the humanitarian community up to $50 million annually just for that. So trying to reduce those barriers is really key to our efforts. And UNICEF launched something called the ADEPT initiative. You know, we're big on those sort of acronyms, but it's essentially called the Accelerating Delivery of Essential Products Together. And we do it as a way to digitalize and streamline information processes. We did a pilot in Mozambique that reduced border processing times for vaccines and medical supplies up to 10 days. Critical periods of time for us. It enabled faster delivery to children, and building on that, we've been able to scale up in the DRC, Honduras, Madagascar, Nepal, and we're planning to do that in 30 more countries. So again, it just makes us much more efficient, and we couldn't do that without the private sector. And I think the key here is that those examples really highlight the power and the necessity of collaboration. You know, the bottom line is we depend on the private sector to help us come up with new ideas, new capacities, new ways to do our work. We're very open to that, very grateful for that, and very much feel like we can only do this if we all do it together.
Thank you so much, Ms. Fassel. The same question to you, Ms. Nishra from Gavi.
Well, I'd start off by saying that I completely agree with Cindy and Kathy. You know, it's absolutely critical that we collaborate, that we exploit synergy, that we leverage comparative advantage. Because when you talk about solutions, you're talking about multi-sectoral interplay within government entities. What to talk about the private sector. So there are competencies that the private sector has that the government institutions don't have. Civil society has its own comparative advantage, and then of course governments can take things to scale. So it's absolutely critical, and I would go as far as saying it's a no-brainer that public-private collaboration is absolutely key. I can give you some examples of how this has been leveraged in Gavi. And one of those areas is the cost of vaccines, because one of the things Gavi does well is shaping the market and collaborating very actively with pharmaceutical companies to that end. And by providing the pharmaceutical companies a long-term horizon of demand, Gavi has really been able to bring down prices of vaccines dramatically. To give you an example, the cost of immunizing a child against the basic suite of childhood vaccines in an OECD country is close to about $1,200. And in a Gavi-supported country, it is close to $24. So $1,200 compared to $24 is a huge difference, and that is because a multilateral entity has actively collaborated with the private sector to make things work and in the interest of public outcomes and access. I can give you another example from the area of delivery, and we just talked about that in the earlier segment when you had that earlier question for me, and I explained how we've worked with private sector entities, with humanitarian organizations in the private sector to negotiate access for areas where governments have limited and constrained ability to deliver, where UN entities are not allowed to operate. And that has been a very important public-private synergy. Earlier, we also talked about the delivery kind of innovations where private sector innovators were leveraged very actively. And without that, we could not have developed those solutions. And then, of course, Gavi has a number of different important public-private partnerships on the finance side. As you would probably know, Gavi launches a vaccine bond called through the International Financing Facility for Immunization. It's popularly known as IFIM. That vaccine bond is always oversubscribed, and that wouldn't have been possible if we hadn't actively collaborated with financial institutions. And what it enables is for us to raise money through the capital markets, and it allows us to front load resources and meet country demand very quickly. And building further on that very successful example of engagement with the private financial sector, we have also more recently established some innovative partnerships which are now helping to bolster the capacity of our first response fund. Let me give you a little bit of our background to explain this. The first response fund in particular, because normally during a public health emergency or a pandemic, you don't have money on day zero to buy vaccines. And we saw that during the COVID-19 pandemic. And learning from that, Gavi has put in place what is called the First Response Fund and the Day Zero Financing Facility, which is a $500 million fund. But then we collaborated with the private sector to create 2 credit lines of $1 billion each from the European Investment Bank and the USDFC. So we have surge financing of additional $2 billion available through public-private partnership to be able to protect the world if and when a pandemic strikes. So all these collaborations have really resulted in positive outcomes, and they would not have been possible if there wasn't a mindset and an institutional architecture and the ability to leverage the competencies within the private sector.
Thank you very much, Ms. Nishtar. So I will summarize again. All hands on deck. The needs are so high and the supply is small. As I said, as you have all rightly said, no one single agency can do the work. We have to mutualize efforts. We have to mutualize resources. It will be multi-sectoral responses, and there is so much untapped potential and willingness from the private sector to support humanitarian effort. Creation of several alliances, for example, the Humanitarian Transport and Logistic Alliance of the UNICEF, the logistic cluster of the WFP, trying to fix bottlenecks using the private sector, reducing barriers, new ways of doing things. Those are also the things that the private sector can bring to us. Financing, on the financing side, reducing cost and being more efficient, which is the bottom line. Which brings me to my last question that I will give the opportunity to each one of our distinguished panel to respond to. What are the key lessons learned from recent humanitarian responses that can inform future supply chain strategies? How can future crises be better anticipated and responded to? And how can best practices and lessons learned from successful supply chain intervention be effectively shared and disseminated across the humanitarian community? So I will start with you, Ms. Rosi.
Sure. Well, one of the things we try hard to do is to predict or anticipate what's coming, and sometimes it's just done through monitoring what's happening and doing a risk assessment of what might happen next. And so when it comes to pre-positioning supplies, a recent example is the crisis in Sudan. Watching what was happening there, we were able to anticipate that supplies and medicines were going to be needed in the Central African Republic because people from Sudan would be fleeing there, and that's exactly what happened. Another is around having mission-ready packages ready to go when an emergency strikes, and you have to act fast, and you don't know exactly what you need, so you have a combination of things that you can assemble very quickly and tailor-make to the emergency. But one thing I want to mention as well, and finally, something that's been mentioned a lot, and that is really thinking hard about the lessons that come from every experience that each of our organizations have. So at International Medical Corps, we constantly are always reviewing what works, what doesn't work, and we're doing that in real time, and we're looking at these lessons learned so that we can, adapt very quickly and not wait, 6 months later and reflect back, but actually apply it at the time. In fact, KS Relief has sponsored a lot of that shared learning among organizations because we can learn from each other. We're all in the same boat, and we can learn, of course, from within our organizations. I also want to mention that, the lessons learned is not always easy to do when you're right in the middle of an emergency. And I think about International Medical Corps' response to COVID. We sourced and procured and distributed 25 million pieces of PPE to health workers around the world so they could protect themselves during the pandemic. And we had to constantly, given the nature and the scale of that pandemic, look at, on a daily basis, is this working, is it not working, can we make a change now in real time? Because things were moving so fast and we want to incorporate anything that we could do to improve along the way versus, as I said earlier, reflecting back. And so we talk a lot about lessons learned, but we're always learning because the situation, the environment we're working in is always changing. And we can never know exactly what's going to work. We can take the things that we know and apply them, and then we find very quickly that sometimes it doesn't work in that particular environment. So sharing those lessons with each other and comparing notes and then adapting very quickly and baking those new improvements into what we're doing in real time is really critical when saving lives in some of these really tough places.
Thank you very much. Mr. Moreira?
On lessons learned, I think that, as we heard today, collaboration across agencies, UN and non-UN, relying more on local capacities, NGO, civil society, collaboration with the private sector. But there is also two elements that I would like to bring. One is the search capacity, because it's not just raising the ambition in terms of volume of aid, it's also speeding up. It's not just scaling up, it's speeding up. And this search capacity is fundamental in most of the conflicts that we are seeing. And finally, trust and efficiency. The more we want from solidarity, the more available we must be in being mutually accountable. And just giving one example, we developed under the UN Security Council 2720 resolution and the secretarial mandate, we created a mechanism in Gaza to support all the other agencies approving all aid and monitoring all aid. So it's a confidence building mechanism to enable more aid. And I think that this element of accountability, transparency is fundamental, not just to be more efficient, but also to ensure that we are more accountable. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ms. McCain.
First of all, as we said, collaboration and coordination are extremely important when we begin these things. We've learned that even more so than we knew before. And it's never been truer than it has been lately with all the access issues that we've had. Therefore, WP believes that there should be a much more concerted and coordinated diplomatic effort within the regions that are especially difficult or conflict-ridden, as you know. As we've seen in Gaza, predictable and safe access is vital, and we've learned this prior to the ceasefire and now with the ceasefire in place. 20,000 trucks have gotten in total. 7,000 of those are WFP trucks. This is far different from what it was, and now you see people that are thriving a little bit more, there's food in their belly, medicine that they need, and many more things, of course, that are provided by this panel up here. But access and access at scale is vital in these situations, and we learned that lesson 10 times over. And I think finally, when we have access and resources, then WFP can deliver life-saving and rapidly and at scale. But it's getting the message out in a coordinated fashion, not just from one or two or three of us or the UN, but everybody that's involved in this situation is extremely important. I'm going to double down on the diplomatic effort. I'm going to double down on it. Never has it been more important that we have good diplomatic efforts, not only on the behalf of the folks sitting up here and the agencies we represent, but for the people on the ground that are suffering the most.
Thank you very much, Ms. McLean. Ms. Russell.
Great. Thanks, Betty. I'm going to give a few specific things, just really based on what we have seen at UNICEF. One, we need to diversify suppliers. We need to decentralize stockpiles and really make it possible to have as many of these people out there as possible so that we can mitigate against really catastrophic problems. Second, we need to use technology as best we can, and I think that it really can help us with our coordination, our efficiency. We can increase data sharing among stakeholders so that we can predict disruptions, respond proactively, and retain resilient supply networks, which are really critical. Third, we need to really shift from a more proactive approach, if we can, from a reactive approach, which means for us, investing in early warning systems, strategically pre-positioning essential supplies, and increasing local procurement to increase faster times, risk mapping, scenario planning, enhancing surge capacity, all absolutely critical to the work. Fourth, we really need to increase the public-private partnerships. We just need to, as Cindy was saying, just share the burden here. The needs are extraordinary. We are really buckling under the pressure and the strain of trying to provide the resources we need to provide around the world, and we need more help to do it. And finally, we need to strengthen the national supply chain systems. We need to promote local manufacturing and train local personnel so that we can reduce dependency on the international system and really provide more self-sufficient mechanisms around the world. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Russell. Excellency Al-Bakri.
The tendency in crisis usually comes in reactive mode and responsive mode. So the lessons that we have learned from really recent years, we need to be good in planning, proactive in the approach. We need to have scenarios, several and various scenarios for what would happen. And if that happens, what is our reaction to it and how are we responding? In that way, we become more proactive and fast in the response to solve or to reach to the solution that we want to have. We need to be very much agile. We need to be flexible in the decision making. Supply chain, as we know it, is changing. Supply chain now today requires more flexibility, fast changes in the locations, in the shipping mode, air, sea, land. How should we do it? What is the best? Shall we consider cost or shall we consider time? Shall we consider the urgency of the life matter or shall we consider only reaching? So it all depends. That's why it requires very heavy planning in advance. Collaboration between local entities and global entities is essence as well for making a success in reaching out a proper action after a crisis.
Thank you very much, Excellency. I would move to you, Ms. Nishta, please.
Well, thank you very much for that important question. And as everybody was speaking, I was taking notes. So I think the buzzwords were trust, solidarity, proactive planning, surge capacity, decentralized local resilience and manufacturing. That's what Kathy said. Safe access at scale, Cindy, and collaboration between local and global, as Your Excellency outlined. I agree with all of them. I'd just like to say one thing. I think during crises, we must leave egos at the door because there are a lot of international players, there are a lot of regional players, there are a lot of local players, there are a lot of entities. But what I have seen playing out during crises is unnecessary egos interplaying and competitive behaviors. And unless we get into the mindset of leaving those competitive behaviors and egos at the door, meaningful progress will not be made.
Excellency.
In planning for a supply chain, there's sometimes difference between a disaster happened in a small geographic area like maybe earthquake and disaster stay for many years in many wide geographic areas. This is one issue. Other issue, we must demand also on lesson learned from all the earth from many countries. At the end, disaster can happen in many places or any area in the world, maybe volcanoes, tornadoes, earthquakes, wars. So let's be one global family in responding. Thank you.
To this, okay. I will move now to this platform. If you allow me to summarize, you did a very good job, Ms. Nishtar. Anticipatory action is something that kept on coming. Lessons learned, learn from each other, learn inward, and adapt to what has become an evolving environment. The importance of surge capacity, being able to augment and reduce capacity, efficiency, and thrust. Accountability, transparency, collaboration, localization, concerted humanitarian and diplomatic efforts. Access at scale. Use of technology, data sharing. Among us, we do have a lot of data, so let's share it for neutralized response. Planning, being proactive, having different contingency scenarios, remaining agile and flexible, collaboration, and last but not least, no competition, because the demand is so high. So on that note, this concludes the panel. I will give the floor if there are a couple of questions for our panelists before I conclude today's conversation. So Kafra, I'm not sure where the microphone is. So we have a question here from the floor. If you could please introduce yourself and just tell us who the question is for.
Yes, my name is Victor Aguado. I'm in the aviation business. And of course, my question is regarding aviation because of logistics and quick response to crisis. How aviation can help you in reaching your destinations in a better way as we do it today. Thank you.
It's a question for the whole panel. Okay. Who wants to take a stab at the question? I can, if you want.
Can you repeat the question? Can you repeat the question?
What is the role of aviation? How can aviation support you in responding to emergencies?
I would say His Excellency Al-Bakri would be best suited to answer.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you for the suggestion. Putting me on the spotlight. So, no, but it's a very good question. Now, most of humanitarian aid today is happening via aviation because you have the military aid, which goes via air cargo, and that mode goes through airports. Now, with the current private and private-public partnership that we have heard today in the session, DHL, FedEx, and most companies actually uses all modes of transport. Now, the aviation is tricky a bit because of the regulations and the laws that happens between countries, and it depends on from where are you shipping to where are you shipping as well. Is it a direct destination or is it a transit destination? It all goes through the amendments and the laws of the aviation. But is it something that can be used or not? It has been used, but from a commercial point of view, it's a matter of commercially, how are you going to look at it? From a supply demand, or are you going to look at it from an actual contribution as a company, as an airline, to humanitarian aid? So it has several questions to be answered as well. to serve the purpose.
Thank you very much, Excellency, and I will try to take a stab just to complement. From a WFP standpoint, aviation is a service that is an integral part of our supply chain. So it's a mode of transport for us. It is something that we use to respond to our emergencies when any other mode of transport is not applicable. And when we have to do evacuation of our staff, the primary transport mode remains aviation. We were supposed to have aviation on the panel today, but we will be having meetings with them tomorrow. So it's an integral part, a fundamental part of emergency response for the humanitarian. Any further question from the floor? So if no further,
yes,
with your permission, I'll be concluding. Thank you very much. This was really a pleasant conversation. So as we conclude...
Hello.
Sorry? There is a question?
Yes.
Yes, please.
I'm Sharifa Al-Isa, inventor of the life jacket shelter. It's an innovation and it comprehends so many values that will shortcut, cut cost, cut time, etc. My question is, how can we connect and understand how the youth can be implemented or share such an innovation? Thank you.
The use of, if I understood your question, the use of innovation for humanitarian response, correct?
Sir, as an innovator, I have a humanitarian aid product that is patented, which is a life jacket shelter, and I want it to be implemented. So how do you advise on doing something that would cut cost, cut time, etc., that is aligned with your vision?
All right. So I will respond to this question with your permission again. Most of the agencies that you see here do have innovation accelerators. So those are the hub to submit these innovative ideas, creations, and assets that will make the humanitarian responses more efficient, quicker, and more cost efficient. So if you do have something like that, please get in touch with either KS Relief or us directly, and we will tell you the channel to submit these type of ideas. Yep. So I will conclude. As we conclude today's insightful discussion on the future of humanitarian supply chain, talking about resilience, innovation, and localization, I really want to express sincere gratitude to our distinguished and esteemed panelists for their valuable contribution and for all your engagement. It's been a pleasure listening to you. Today's conversation has reinforced a critical reality. The world is changing, and humanitarian supply chain must evolve to meet increasingly complex challenges. We cannot afford to be reactive. Instead, we must anticipate disruption, embrace innovation, and strengthen local partnership to build systems that are not only efficient, but also adaptable and sustainable. We explored 3 key essentials today to this transformation. Resilience. Humanitarian supply chain must be designed to withstand shocks, whether from conflict, climate, or economic volatility. Flexibility and preparedness must be at the core of our strategies. Innovation. Technology and new business models are changing the way we deliver assistance. From AI-driven forecasting and smart procurement to enhanced supply chain transparency through tracking and tracing solutions, we must fully harness these tools to improve speed, efficiency, and effectiveness. Demonstrating our commitment to innovation, I am proud to share that just last week, as our ED said, WFP deployed drone technology to deliver assistance to hard-to-reach areas in Madagascar. We hope this will be the first of many successful drone-assisted deliveries. Localization, investing in local markets, suppliers, and logistic capacity is a strategic priority to enhance resilience. Strengthening local system reduces reliance on long and fragile supply chains. It empowers community and ultimately makes humanitarian response more effective. One of the most important takeaways from today's discussion is the need to unlock the potential of the private sector in achieving these goals. By leveraging private sector expertise, investing in logistic infrastructure, and embracing technological advancement, we can enhance supply chain efficiency, drive innovation, and create sustainable, scalable solutions for humanitarian response. Public-private collaboration is no longer optional. It is essential to building resilient systems that can withstand future crises. This discussion has also reaffirmed the strategic role of Saudi Arabia in shaping the future of humanitarian logistics. With its advanced infrastructure, commitment to humanitarian support through chaos relief, and I would like to thank Dr. Rabia for organizing this and for inviting us, and the Vision 2030, focus on innovation and regional partnership, the Kingdom is well positioned to be a key driver of supply chain transformation. But discussions alone are not enough. Now it is time to act. We must translate these insights into action. Strengthening partnership, implementing new technologies, and investing in sustainable, locally driven supply chain solutions. As Director of Supply Chain and Delivery at WFP, I assure you that WFP and other agencies around the table are fully committed to working with government, humanitarian partners, and the private sector. Under the leadership and unwavering support of our executive directors and all the esteemed panelists here today, we stand ready to tackle the challenges ahead and drive meaningful change. Thank you once again for your participation, your commitment, and your shared vision for a more resilient, innovative, and localized humanitarian supply chain. I really look forward to continuing this conversation and, more importantly, seeing the impact of our collective effort in operations around the world. I wish you safe travels as you go back, and I hope to see you all again. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to this afternoon's session. We'll be talking about vaccinating against adversity, ending polio and strengthening health systems amid humanitarian crises. My name is Naomi Grimley, and I will be your moderator for the next hour and a half. I was the BBC's global health correspondent throughout the pandemic, and I still remember a moment of shock when the UK Health Security Agency summoned us all to an online press conference to say that traces of poliovirus had been found in the wastewater of several London neighbourhoods. It was a reminder that what we'd learnt in the pandemic was true, that no one is safe till everyone is safe. But it was also a reminder of the amazing science and technology that means that we can fight infectious diseases better than ever, because wastewater was acting as an early warning system for fighting the virus. Well, we have a very full 90 minutes ahead of us, and we're going to start by hearing from His Excellency Dr. Abdullah Al-Rabeya, Advisor to the Royal Court and Supervisor General of the King Salman Humanitarian Aid and Relief Centre. So when he's ready, I think he's just coming up now, I will hand over to His Excellency for some introductory remarks. And if you could perhaps take your seat if you're not already seated already. Thank you. Hello.
Well, good afternoon. I hope you are not getting sick of me today from the morning till now, but I'll try to be very quick and brief. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it's really an honor for me to welcome you to this session on vaccinating against adversity, ending polio, and strengthening health systems amid humanitarian crisis. As a pediatric surgeon, as a person who lived all of his life with children, it is for me, and I'm sure it's for you, a dream to eradicate polio and see polio-free world. Now, in this session, we will hear from the representatives from many of the global polio eradication initiative partners, and also people on the ground where polio eradication work is being carried out every day to protect the lives of children and also other vulnerable groups. As we all know, the fight to eradicate polio globally has been a major global and also a major goal for humanitarian and health organizations worldwide for many years. Investment in polio eradication initiative and activities can actually be or can make a difference between the life and death, the health and disability for many millions of people. Saudi Arabia is extremely proud to be a partner in the global polio eradication initiative, and we are committed to continue our work to realize a world free of polio. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, for that introduction and for hosting us this week. I've heard several people say how well organised this conference is, so I'd like to echo that. We've been talking a lot about change makers today, so it's my great pleasure next to introduce a video from perhaps the ultimate change maker, Mr. Bill Gates, Chair of the Gates Foundation.
Hello. I'm sorry I was unable to be with you in person today. For more than 3 decades, a community of health workers, governments, partners, and donors has made it their mission to wipe polio off the face of the earth. I am proud to be a part of that community, and I'm honored to say thank you to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia for its extraordinary contribution to this collective effort. In 1988, when the Global Polio Eradication Initiative began, polio still paralyzed hundreds of thousands of children in more than 125 countries. But thanks to the great work of global partners like Rotary International and governments like the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, wild polio cases have fallen by over 99.9%. At least 20 million people have been spared from this devastating virus and are able to walk easily today. Polio remains in some of the most challenging places in the world to deliver health care. Humanitarian crises make it very difficult for health workers to reach children with these life-saving vaccines. Without vaccines, children are left vulnerable to polio and many other infectious diseases. In Afghanistan, Somalia, and Gaza, polio workers have sometimes been the only interaction families have with the formal health system. By working with humanitarian partners and integrating with other health services, the polio program strives to reach every last child while also improving health infrastructure and delivering other vital health services. Health workers around the world show their commitment every day, and we must do our part to ensure they have the tools and resources to do this critical work. Eradicating polio will not only save lives and prevent debilitating paralysis, it will also show the power of coming together to make something miraculous happen. We have the tools, the strategy, the vision, and the will. Now we simply have to see it through. Fortunately, a global partnership is working together to help ensure that no child is ever paralyzed by polio again. The Kingdom of Saudi Arabia's latest commitment will help deliver polio vaccines, essential immunizations, and other health services to 370 million children every year. It's an investment in the future of children around the globe and in stronger and more resilient health systems. When we invest to end polio, we help countries respond to other public health threats. The investments made to prevent polio have also paid dividends for COVID-19, Ebola, routine immunization, and more. As you will see throughout this forum, global cooperation is key to solving global problems, particularly for the most vulnerable communities in humanitarian settings. I look forward to our continued partnership with the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Together, we can improve immunization and protect the world's most vulnerable children, prepare for the health threats of tomorrow, and ensure no one has to live in fear of polio for generations to come. Thank you.
And I'm sure you'll want to join me in thanking Bill Gates for that statement, even though he can't be here. Well, we're going to explore some of the themes he mentioned now. We're going to look at what works, but also what the challenges are in the first panel of two. So I'd like to welcome the following guests to the stage, and as I read out their names, if they can come up and sit down, that will help everyone identify them. So to begin with, Dr. Jakob Youssef Al-Mazrou, who's chair for the Regional Commission for the Eastern Mediterranean for the certification of polio eradication. Dr. Catherine Russell, who of course is Executive Director of UNICEF. Dr. Hanan Bolki, the World Health Organization Regional Director for the Eastern Mediterranean. Madam Senator Aisha Raza Farouk, the Prime Minister of Pakistan's focal person on polio eradication. And last but not least, Dr. Chris Elias, President of Global Development at the Gates Foundation. If you can all come up and take your seat, that would be wonderful. I think everyone's now settled in, so we can begin. Thank you all for joining us. I'm really excited for the next 30 minutes. Just having a quick look at the clock, so I know when we need to wrap up in 30 minutes. So let's begin with talking about Gaza, because Bill Gates mentioned that. We've seen the recent news that there was a baby boy paralyzed in Gaza, the first outbreak for 25 years because of polio. So perhaps I could begin with you, Catherine, and then I'll come to you, Dr. Balki. Could you give us an update on what the situation is with vaccination in Gaza at the moment, please?
Yes, thanks. Well, first, let me say this, I think that we saw this polio outbreak in Gaza as truly a heartbreaking situation and really quite crushing, because there's absolutely no reason why any child there should be facing a disease that should no longer exist. We know that. Conflict, insecurity, not only do they magnify the risks of these sorts of outbreaks, but really they are the primary cause of them at this point. What we see is a collapsing health system. We certainly see that in Gaza and in other places. Destruction of water and sanitation infrastructure, family displacement, disruption of immunization, and all of that comes together to create sort of a perfect storm for polio. Children, obviously, and this is a UNICEF perspective, of course, but they pay the highest price. So it's not just that they're facing bullets, bombs, the rest of it. They face the possibility of paralysis for no good reason, honestly. Right now, we estimate that 85% of children affected by polio live in fragile and conflict-affected areas. And so no matter how bad this situation is, I think the key is that we are not powerless, and we have learned so much over the last 3 decades. We know that we can reach every child and eradicate polio once and for all if we can just do 3 things. 1, we need strong partnerships and financial resources, access, and operations. Obviously, the support of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia is a perfect example of how critical that can be. Gates, Rotary, these organizations are committed and incredibly powerful. Second, we need an adequate supply of vaccines and related equipment. And third, and there was some reference to this in Bill Gates' comments, we need trained health workers, volunteers, and vaccinators. That's absolutely critical, and we do a lot of support for community health workers around the world. This Gaza outbreak is a sad example, but thanks to the courage and determination of so many frontline health workers, our partners on the ground were able to vaccinate 560,000 children, which is an amazing number, and to do it very quickly between September and November. So it's a huge accomplishment. It's an accomplishment in an area where we have been struggling to provide humanitarian response, so it does show if we have the access and if there's some sort of agreement on stability, we can get to these children. And I think that is the key to the future for polio eradication.
Dr. Balki, if I can come to you, I mean, can you drill down a bit more into the logistical problems that volunteers face getting to the children? Because of course it's not just one dose, you've got to give multiple doses of vaccine. And also, how do you deal with the cold chain when you've got power outages?
Thank you very much. Again, it's a pleasure to be here with you. I would like to thank the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia for their engagement, and of course for this most recent donation, which is really a life access for us. I agree with what my colleague has just said about the details. I want to just emphasize a few things. The complexity that was taking place in Gaza, I think, speaking to my colleagues who have been dealing with polio campaigns for decades, they have never seen anything at this level. The amount of destruction and the infrastructure and the sewage that was running in the streets and the displacement after displacement, some of them 10 times displaced, was some of the most complex situations. So one of the first things, the know-how, as you said, the cold chain, which vaccine to use, how many doses to do, how many cycles to do, all of that is easy because the teams have done it many times with our partners, of course. We were also lucky, very lucky, that the Gazans themselves, the people of Gaza, are very educated. The immunization rate before October 7 was above 90%. So first of all, you're talking about a very low vaccine hesitancy rate, which is very, very helpful. Number 2, a public health community and nurses and health workforce in Gaza that are very capable. And I have to give them a lot of credit. Of course, people are thanking WHO, UNICEF, and the partners, but it was really the Palestinian people who protected themselves because of their knowledge and wiseness, and also they protected the world by being part of this humongous campaign that took place twice with 1 month apart. And we were able, because of their ability to figure out, of course, the peace process and to negotiate doing it in a specific amount of time so that we do it with the proper scientific basics of how this is being done. Otherwise, we would have had a failed mega effort from everybody. So the micro planning, as you're talking about, how to deal with the outages, I think there was everyday briefing about what went wrong, what went well, and how are we going to improve it for the rest of the campaign days. So there was a lot of learning on the way, with a huge basic knowledge of how to work on such a task. So I think without that collaboration, without the support of the partners, the Palestinians themselves, of course, and the knowledge, we would not have been able to do this. And as you probably know, Saturday, another campaign has just started. One positive thing is that we talk about a situation that hopefully will be resolved. 2 lines under hopefully, right? So I think that the threat of polio will continue, and we need to, in case that this conflict is not fully resolved, and we need to be aware that this is a risk for the whole world. As in the previous panels, I would like to say very, very clearly, what we need is permanent peace. And we need to rebuild the infrastructure that has been totally demolished in Gaza, so that we can establish a continuous, sustained health system for all of those people to live with dignity. Thank you.
Dr. Jacob, if I could come on to you. What's happening in Gaza at the moment is also a reminder of the importance of surveillance, both regionally and globally.
Okay, thank you. The Regional Commission for Certification of Polio Eradication is an independent body composed of members from countries of the region, as well as representatives from other regions, especially Southeast Asia and Africa region. So we have the chance to exchange information, not within the region only, but also with other regions, which helps us improve on our works. The certification depends on many important elements. One of the most important is the surveillance of the cases. And the journey of surveillance is a bit longish, but very critical, beginning from identifying the cases, then getting the samples, transportation of samples, examining in the labs, in higher level of labs, and luckily we have one of the highest globally in Pakistan, but many others also in the region, different countries of the region. Of course, this all incurs a lot of resources to support this, because we are living in a region with so many conflicts, some different difficulties within the countries and outside the countries. The other factors in the surveillance is the needed manpower for the lab and collection of samples and such, but also we have the environmental sanitation program. It has been implemented in many countries of the region, but now we are expanding this with adding 5 more countries. So most of the countries in the region would have environmental sampling, which is critical now in this part of the journey of the disease, to ensure that we have samples covers most of the population in the different parts of the countries. All the activities, as well as the coverage and vaccination programs, need support. And what is coming now from Saudi Arabia to support this program is coming the right time, because we know the situation with withdrawal from some of the important donors for the program, and the support which the program is getting from Saudi Arabia would be really helping us to come to the point where we will not be deficit or having problems in ensuring the surveillance in the best way of implementation. Thank you.
Aisha, if I could bring you in here. Dr. Yacob just mentioned Pakistan a bit earlier, which of course is one of 2 countries where wild polio virus is still endemic. What are the challenges, the particular challenges that you are still facing there?
Thank you for your important question, but at the outset, let me on behalf of my Prime Minister and my country express our very deep and sincere gratitude to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia for their very invaluable contribution to GPEI, which was announced earlier today. Pakistan, let me assure you, remains deeply committed to interrupting and eradicating polio. We've made a lot of investment over time. Not only that, our frontline workers, our law enforcement agency personnel have laid down their lives for this noble cause. So we're very committed. However, we're facing some peculiar challenges on this last mile to zero here. And first and foremost of the challenges are that 7 million children are born in the country every year. Almost half of them are malnourished. They live in very densely populated settings where they have weak and compromised health infrastructure as well as WASH services. And so the threshold of immunity required for eradicating the virus is very high, which requires not only very high quality SIAs but also optimal routine immunization. And coupled with this are challenges of a misconception-led vaccine hesitancy. There is community-based refusal. They're demanding other things apart from polio itself. There's widespread population movement in the country. There is, in certain vulnerable pockets, inconsistent access to our frontline workers because of insecurity. And of course, there's the risk of reinfection from our shared corridor with Afghanistan, which requires that both countries need to work very closely together to interrupt transmission. Now, these challenges are humongous, but certainly not unsurmountable. We were very close to virus interruption once in 2018 and then more recently in 2021. And I think we've just got to sustain the sort of immunity required for eradication level program here. So Pakistan's very committed. When I was brought back in, we have devised a 246 roadmap where we've looked at what went wrong back in 2021 and what are the challenges and what are the mistakes that we must certainly not make again. So I'll just give you a few strategic shifts that we've made. One, we've devised a program which inculcates again a sense of urgency, inculcates a sense of collective responsibility across partnerships so we can work together not only to achieve eradication level performance here but to sustain it over a longer period of time also. Together with that, of course, the shift to risk anticipation and response approach so that we're not chasing the virus but we remain ahead of the virus. This we're doing through the use of technology, advanced analytics and scientific risk assessment. We are addressing misconceptions and building trust with the communities through an SPCC strategy which is built bottom up. We are improving all parts of the operations to ensure that we're reaching every child every time by using technology to digitize our missed children, not only to be able to identify and track them better, but to vaccinate them irrespective of the reason why they were missed here. In parallel, we are also improving our routine immunization coverage, integrating other services, health services here, providing our vulnerable and compromised communities and segments with not just polio, but other immunization, with nutrition, with wash and sanitation services, and strengthening coordination with Afghanistan so that we can together not only interrupt and eradicate polio from Pakistan, but Afghanistan, the region, and the world at large. Thank you.
Great, and we'll be talking about Afghanistan in our second panel. Dr. Elias, so if I can come to you now, I mean, we're seeing lots of Western governments pull back from their aid budgets. What are we learning about what we can do to get extra bang for our buck when it comes to not just fighting polio, but strengthening healthcare systems in general?
Well, thanks, Naomi. As Bill mentioned in his opening comments, the world launched an effort to eradicate polio over 3 decades ago. And our progress has been substantial, but it hasn't been linear. In the first 15 years, over 100 countries eradicated polio. For the last 15 years, there's only been 4 countries. 15 years ago, there were 4 countries with endemic polio. And for the last 8 years, there's only been 2. So the program in its history has had to continue to learn and innovate in order to get the best bang for the buck. And so I think, as Aisha just highlighted in the efforts in Pakistan, we're constantly looking for new innovations. And I think we have found many. Right? One is we have better tools. You mentioned in your opening comments the wastewater surveillance that was helpful in COVID. We've been doing wastewater surveillance for polio for some time now, and we've greatly ramped that up. So we have a better picture, because for every polio case, there's about 200 asymptomatic infections. So we can find through the wastewater a better picture of where polio is circulating. We also have better tools for surveillance, as Dr. Jakob was mentioning. We have tests that give us results quicker when we test a child who's been paralyzed, and I think that's been very helpful. And we have better vaccines. Over the last decade, we've developed a novel oral polio vaccine that is much less likely to produce variants of poliovirus that are dangerous. So we have new tools, we have new approaches. We're using geospatial mapping to come up with better microplans for the community health workers so that we give them an accurate sense of where the households are, where the informal settlements are, and give them a reasonable workload, not ask them to go to too many houses in the same day. That improves the coverage. We also, as several people have referred to, we've begun to integrate the polio eradication vaccination efforts with other services, through health camps, through routine immunization, through meeting the water and sanitation needs of communities. As Aisha mentioned, many of the places where polio circulates are very impoverished communities with poor circulation. And Rotary International in particular has really led the way in terms of improved water and sanitation through many of their community-led efforts. And we've also recognized in this final stage of polio eradication that the virus doesn't recognize the borders. So if you look at the final push for eradication of polio in Africa, it was the last place we found it was in the Lake Chad Basin. And we had to work with the 5 countries of that region to synchronize their campaigns, much as Aisha said, we're now synchronizing the campaigns between Pakistan and Afghanistan. So we have new tools, new approaches, and new partnerships. I think, we have, for instance, in Afghanistan, the Gates Foundation has been working with 10 well-established humanitarian organizations who have been working in Afghanistan for many years because of food insecurity, because of disasters like earthquake relief, etc. And we are now working with them to integrate polio vaccination into their broader set of humanitarian relief activities. And I think that's been an important way to reach more children that we might not just be reaching with polio campaigns alone. Similarly, in Somalia, we work with the World Food Programme's Innovation Hub, with Save the Children and World Vision's core group in doing something called the far-reaching integrated delivery, where again, we're using health camps which are more likely to attract people to come because it meets many of their needs, not just the need for preventing polio. And that's been an important way of reaching children in very difficult to reach areas of Somalia. And then finally, we have, in addition to the incredible partnership that was announced this morning with the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, we have a specific additional partnership for reaching more children in Afghanistan. Again, not just with polio vaccination, but with a broad range of health services, something we're calling the Polio Legacy Challenge, where the Gates Foundation, together with the governments of Saudi Arabia, the United Arab Emirates, and Qatar, are pooling funds that are going to be administered by the Islamic Development Bank to actually reach out to each of the areas of Afghanistan to strengthen the broader healthcare system. It's a way of complementing the specific activities to align campaigns and reach children with polio vaccine with a broader investment in the health sector. Again, making it, I think, more acceptable to the community that we're meeting their very much broader set of needs at the same time that we're trying to eliminate polio in one of the final reservoirs in the world. So I think that the getting better bang for the buck has relied for the entire history of the polio program on constantly learning and innovating, bringing new tools, new approaches, and new partnerships to finally get rid of this disease, which has for centuries plagued the humanity. And as you know, through the polio program now, we reach over 370 million children each year with vaccination. Often those are combined with other vaccines, like measles vaccines and other campaigns. And as a consequence of that, over 20 million children are not paralyzed today since the beginning of the program. So once we get rid of this vaccine, this virus forever, we can then actually be focused on some of the other more pressing health issues at the same time. So more bang for the buck, and the biggest bang will come when we eradicate polio.
And Catherine, if I can bring you in here, I mean, we're getting a picture then from everyone that we're learning what works, we're learning from our mistakes, and even the pandemic itself was a massive learning curve about how we deal with infectious diseases.
Yeah, it's sort of opportunities and crisis, I suppose. But yes, we have learned an awful lot in 30 years, and I think Chris outlined some of that. I would mention a couple of others. One is, through this GEPI, we created something called the National Emergency Operations Centers, they're NEOCs, and they're really impressive entities that centralize the response to the outbreak, bringing the government experts, partners jointly together to plan eradication efforts, and they're really quite impressive. We have one in Nigeria that was adopted in 2012, and that reaches more children with vaccination and both prevents and responds to outbreaks. So I mean, I've actually seen them in person. It's an amazing center where all these experts are sitting and trying to make sure that they're on top of what's happening. Other countries are using this model to expand the response to other disease outbreaks. Most recently, as you mentioned, COVID-19, but also measles, Mpox, Ebola, yellow fever, and cholera. So it's a really useful model, and I think it's having a much more broad application, which we're grateful for. The other thing I would point to is nationwide community mobilization networks. Those are absolutely critical, and we see that we need local leaders, influencers, parents, caregivers, all of those people need to come to the table and be part of the effort, and I think that makes it much more effective. We saw that in India, which became wild polio free. It was a huge victory. Similar networks in Somalia, Nigeria, Pakistan, Afghanistan are really driving progress, which we're happy to see. Third, and we mentioned this earlier, I mentioned it and Bill mentioned it too, but mobilizing women health workers is absolutely essential here. The innovation has reached more children with vaccines, especially where male health workers can't enter homes or communities. It's more complicated. Women health workers in Pakistan have increased access to children and reduced vaccine hesitancy, which we haven't really talked about too much, but is a real issue in many places. These programs also, in addition to increasing the penetration of the vaccines, elevate the status of these women in their communities, which is a double whammy from our perspective and really important. And I think the point here is that they extend, all of these efforts extend beyond the eradication of a single disease, and they strengthen the health systems in these conflict-affected countries and improve pandemic preparedness. And I think they've been a really good investment and a way that hopefully polio will be eradicated soon. We're all praying for that and working really hard to get to that point. But beyond that, these systems that have been put in place will be really important in other instances as well.
We've got 5 minutes or so left of this panel. Dr. Balki, if I can come to you and then to you, Dr. Jakob. You know, as I mentioned, we are seeing a sort of change in attitudes towards aid budgets across the world. How do we grapple with that? How do we ensure that polio is kept high on the agenda?
Well, first of all, I think, thank you, the drop in support for aid on development will potentially have a big negative impact on polio. Because if we talk about transmission of diseases, transmission of viruses and bacteria, they usually happen in places where the infrastructure is not very good. So if we're going to pull back on funding for development, and if those developments are crucial for the infrastructure of the city or the country where humans are living, where communities eat and drink and sleep and go to school, if they have a school, then the likelihood of disease transmission is going to be higher. So not only polio, this withdrawal of funding for developmental aid is not going to just bring polio potentially back, God forbid, but it can also bring other issues than just polio. Other types of communicable diseases, we deal with many different infectious diseases. Some of them, because of the lack of infrastructure, we're not even able to diagnose. But more kids with rash, more kids with diarrhea, more kids with pneumonia. So it is I'm a pediatrician, I'm an infectious disease professional in my previous life, and this worries me a lot. And I hope that the global community will be able to understand the reason to continue with this. But I do want to say one quick thing is that I'm very pro, and we're doing that at WHO, building the capacity of these countries so that they can be weaned off of these developmental aids. And that is part of my flagship initiatives as the regional director since I've been elected in 2024, February. It's been a year and 2 months, and we're going to push really hard to help that country capacity building for independence of these member states, inshallah.
Dr. Jacob, do you want to come in there? Just on the, where do we need to look for leadership in the next few years to fight polio?
Yeah, okay. I think the program now